location and from an area that had not been used before by North Korea. So the U.S. very concerned about that. And of course, Japan also concerned about these tensions that are rising there with North Korea. Another interesting statement also from area that as well. This came out about 8 hours ago today. Of course, after the U.S. had a shot at taking out Kim Jong-un, North Korea changed its launch tactics. That was a statement that came out, like I said, here on Business Insider today. According to the article here on Business Insider, the United States actually had about a 70-minute window where they were actually watching the last ICBM launch. They were watching Kim Jong-un walking around at the site of where the missile was launched there. And the U.S. could have actually taken him out just by targeting that site there and did not do so. Well, Kim Jong-un, he caught wind of that information, and he has since changed the way the missiles are launched. One, they did it at night. Secondly, they had several lookalikes actually out there where the missile was being launched. So the question is was Kim Jong-un actually there or not? My guess would be he wasn't actually there at all this time. He's not taking any chances of being assassinated by the U.S. Fool me once, but definitely you won't be fooling him twice. In other news as well, U.S. detects highly unusual North Korean submarine activity, according to CNN and some of the sources that they have. They're saying highly unusual activity of North Korean submarines there. Very troubling information coming out of this region there. Then we're running into this situation here. USA Today, United States mulls arming Ukraine as Russian menace grows near NATO border. Wow. You know, it's kind of interesting. They say a Russian menace grows near NATO's border. I can't say it's actually NATO's border, but one thing's for sure, on Ukraine's border, Russia is arming up and getting ready as well, just as the U.S. has been doing. It is certainly a tit-for-tat situation, and so therefore, U.S. talking about arming Ukraine with some anti-tank ballistic missiles, etc., some, as the U.S. calls it, very lethal weapons. The Kremlin has warned the U.S. against supporting Ukraine with weapons. This came out on the NewYorkPost.com today. And of course, as we mentioned here, this is some of the images here, right here, that we're seeing of U.S. military equipment here being that's inside of Poland, but it's very close to the Ukrainian border there. I want to share some of that, share with you just exactly where this military equipment was at inside there. We'll jump over here to Google Maps here. As you can see right here in Poland, down here in the southeastern corner, no reason to be there other than Ukraine itself. And if President Trump is actually going to be giving some lethal weapons to Ukraine, it could be that they're bringing those weapons up close to deliver to Ukraine, or maybe they're getting ready for something else altogether. That kind of brings us over here to what our good friend Lorenzo had already happened is bringing out. And he is showing that various military vehicles, including the Mazda-S howitzers, spotted today in Voronezh Oblast near the border with Ukraine. Now, that's Russian howitzers that we're speaking about right here. And jumping back over here at our Google Maps here, let's just kind of put this in perspective. That happens to be right here. Voronezh is right here in this region here. They're saying, it's close to the border, and Voronezh, by the way, does go, the whole Oblast region here goes all the way down here to the border of Ukraine there on the northern side of Luhansk. And as we saw in the photographs there shared by Lorenzo here, and I just said we can't blow this up a little bit for you there, make it a little bit bigger so you can see what Lorenzo is showing here on the screen here. We're talking about Russian howitzers. I kind of counted them in there. You got 4 across here on the back and in this row here. So that's 8. And then you've got at least 2 from what I can make out there. So it looks like there's 10 howitzers here that were spotted there in this region here at a railroad track there. Russian howitzers there, not too far from Ukraine's border there. Very serious situation going on in there. And what's this all about? Well, as you can see here, coal. not only coal, but natural gas as well. This is what all came down when Yanukovych was president of Ukraine. He wanted to be part of the European Union, but part of that was catch-22. If you're going to be part of the European Union, you got to cut ties with Russia, because we're not going to let you deal with Russia and get the gas. It's going to be supplied by the U.S., your energy needs, including that of the coal needs, etc. And that was just something that wasn't going over too well for Yanukovych. He did want the cake and eat it too. He wanted to be part of the European Union, but he liked the good relationship that he had with Russia, not to mention the coal was much cheaper. Well, the United States did supply Ukraine with coal after this all went down with Russia. And the conflict of the Maidan coup was orchestrated by, as some are claiming, by the CIA. And of course, what do we have here? The U.S., they first gave the coal at about $69 a ton. Now it's up to triple that amount, even nearly double what Sweden is paying for it. So as it was stated when we brought this out earlier on in our news when we were covering the war in Ukraine, the U.S. has certainly made some bucks off of Ukraine, and the people there are the ones that have to pay the bill. So they're going to be suffering for this wonderful war that's been going on. Also earlier we had reported about the ammo blast, and the Balkia destroys ammunition worth $1 billion. Do apologize on that. That is a 2-month-old article when we actually went to the source of this, but it still does stand to reason. This is one of the very causes, no doubt, that has intensified U.S. presence and willingness to arm Ukraine's government against Russia. Because of such a major loss in weapons, they've got to restockpile what they've already sold to Ukraine in the past, and that was a major loss for them. So I can certainly see how that's going to be. And as I stated before, the New York Times, Putin responding to sanctions, orders U.S. to cut diplomatic staff by 755 personnel. Well, you know what, guys? That is a lot like a pre-war preparation, if you ask me. I'm Stephen Benoon. You're watching Israeli News Live. Don't forget, this coming weekend we'll be in Duluth, Georgia.
Omówiono najważniejsze sprawy związane z dalszym rozwojem województwa Izraela.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Do You Believe on livesci-fi.tv. Thanks so much for joining us. Oh, and please, would you please give us a like and please subscribe to the channel? We'd really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today, and I'm so excited. I have
investigate other urban legends and the true crimes that may have influenced them. And what we uncovered was a truth more horrific than any fiction. This is where we thought that Cropsey lived, in these buildings here.
It's very easy for an urban legend to come out of something like this.
Yeah. And we didn't think anything of it until kids started going missing on Staten Island. And then we were like, Cropsey's real.
But do you think every urban legend has truth behind it?
Yes, I think you have to have some form of like truth to kind of go off of. There's a lot of other urban legends and a lot of other communities that have some form of truth behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And what's interesting is all these communities have all these places.
Well, every kid is lured to or fascinated by the old house at the end of their block.
These are the stories that fuel your nightmares, and these are the places that fuel your nightmares. So why are you here today?
You hear stories, you just want to see what's about, I guess.
What do you guys expect to find out here?
People who died here are supposed to be the ghosts.
Do you believe that they're devil worshippers?
Oh
in the
yeah,
woods
I
here?
do. I do. Somebody said they were doing freaky experiments and crap like that.
Why do we believe these urban legends? Maybe we need to believe, because the reality is too much for some of us to bear.
An old legend that actually happened this time.
Many more cases of contaminated treats.
I know she suffered a lot.
He pulled a knife and tied me up with electrical tape.
And so instead, we create our own monsters.
A 36-year-old building contractor who reportedly dressed like a clown.
At least 3 young boys buried under his house.
And maybe that's because the truth is more terrifying than we could ever imagine.
I got 7 down and feet or not. 7 down. Got a child victim I need rescue.
For Rachel and me, this is an attempt to uncover the source of our nightmares as we pull back the curtains on what it is we all fear. Because urban legends, as scary as they may be, are really just warnings for something much more dangerous. The reality that may have started it all. The Hook is one of the oldest and also one of the scariest urban legends. A teenage couple are making out in their car while parked at a lover's lane. As the two are about to go all the way, the radio interrupts them. A crazed maniac with a hook for a hand has escaped from the local insane asylum. The frightened girl demands to go home as the frustrated boy guns the engine. Later, as the boyfriend goes to open his date's door, he sees dangling from the door handle the maniac's bloody hook, ripped from its socket.
The Hook urban legend probably came to be in the mid-1950s. One of the interesting appearances of the Hook was in November 1960 when it actually appeared in the Dear Abby column, and it's something that a lot of people would have read.
But Dear Abby wasn't warning teenagers about escaped madman with hooks for hands. Urban legends are more mysterious than that, and never quite so literal. Despite its name, the Hook is a cautionary tale, warning teenagers everywhere about the dangers of sex.
The Hook urban legend captured something in the era that people were interested in. It captured a certain amount of danger being involved in teenage sexual behavior and in teenage car culture.
For the teenagers in Texarkana, Texas, this wasn't just some cautionary tale. In the early spring of 1946, a masked man known as the Phantom attacked 4 couples, most of whom were parked on lovers' lanes. The attacks, which killed 5, were said to coincide with the full moon, hence the nickname, the Moonlight Murders. And although there were numerous suspects, the Phantom was never caught, allowing his enduring legacy to haunt this town for more than 6 decades. So this is South Robeson, and this is Old Highway 67. The murder site is somewhere around here, but that's what we gotta kind of figure out. It was a rainy Sunday morning on March 24th when a passing motorist noticed Richard Griffin's Oldsmobile parked on a lover's lane off Highway 67. Inside, he found Griffin, age 29, and Polly Ann Moore, 17, lying in the back seat. Both had been shot in the back of the head. Hey guys, how you doing?
What we're doing is we're investigating the Phantom Killer.
They had a lot of speculations on who did it, but it was never, no one was ever brought to justice.
Did you hear stories growing up?
All I ever heard was don't go to Spring Park.
Really? Why?
It's kind of creepy out there. So we were always afraid to go there.
But did you still go?
No.
We're having a little trouble finding out where the area is, but because everything's
Well, I can take you out there to the road and point to almost the spot. Right about there. There.
And on that side. Like the couple in the urban legend, Griffin and Moore had been attacked while parked on Lover's Lane, highlighting the warning behind his campfire tale. But what the residents in Texarkana didn't know, because it wasn't reported in the papers, were the horrific details behind this real-life crime. They had found evidence of blood and a blanket, and they believed that she was raped out in front of the car and then put back in the car.
The first double murder didn't cause a lot of excitement. All kinds of crimes are going in Texarkana, but they didn't recognize till sometime later that this is a different kind of crime. The term serial killer wasn't in vogue then, and no one recognized this as a serial killing. The main suspect was Yule Sweeney, who was an ex-convict.
Yule Sweeney and his newlywed bride, a former prostitute named Peggy, had been arrested for stealing cars. Under questioning, the wife confessed that her husband was the Phantom, but refused to sign a statement. Although the case quickly fell apart, the judge still sent Sweeney away for life as a habitual car thief.
No evidence directly correlating.
No physical evidence. They had his wife's statement, but they could not use that without her permission. There have been a lot of other suspects, hundreds. People had theories and all kinds of rumors had been bouncing around. But it's normal in any event, especially when there's mystery, as there was always mystery in this one. Texarkana is nothing like other towns. It seems to be wallowing in the notoriety.
Documentary team in town to shoot a part of Texarkana history. This week, some Texarkana residents will have the chance to appear on screen in a documentary film with the Phantom Killer. So what should we make of all this? The conclusion is simple. Texarkana will never escape its past. It should give up trying.
It was a half moon on February 22nd when Jimmy Hollis, age 24, and Mary Jean LeRae, 19, were attacked on a secluded lover's lane. Both survived after a car scared the assailant away. Around midnight, Mary Jean LeRae, Jimmy Hollis making out of the front seat of their car. All of a sudden, a guy appears with a gun, wearing a mask over his head. White, two holes cut out for eyes and mouth.
Tells her to run.
He chases her down and then starts to attack her, basically sexually assaults her with the barrel of his gun.
She said she'd much rather have been killed like the others than to have been left the way she was.
While the attacks on lovers' lanes in Texarkana didn't specifically involve a hook, the Phantom's sickening crimes create an equally horrifying metaphor.
One of the victims was actually sexually assaulted with the barrel of a gun. And so we have the idea of a foreign metal object being used in this way, which seems to be psychologically behind the idea of the hook. In the hook story, we have the hook about to penetrate the car when the boy drives away and the hook is then ripped from the hand of the murderer. So we have the idea of penetration with a foreign metal object is already part of that story, and that in fact happened in the Texarkana cases.
But the sexual assault was only part of the Phantom's trademark signature.
These two people are the only ones who ever saw the Phantom, both wearing masks.
Right, they both said that this guy was wearing a mask. So this is the whole thing where the whole white mask thing came from. The Phantom's disguise was another chilling detail, as it also helped to popularize the most widely known retelling of the murders in the 1976 cult classic, The Town That Dreaded Sundown. The movie is thought to be one of the first slasher films, having predated Halloween by 2 years, and its take on the Phantom would influence generations of cinematic boogeymen. The director, Charles B. Pierce, blurred the lines between fact and fiction by telling the film in faux documentary style.
It was Sunday, March 3rd, 1946. The beginning of a reign of terror for the people of Texarkana, a terror so indelibly imprinted that today, people still speak of it fearfully. Only the names have been changed.
Now, I think everybody in Texarkana knows about the story of the Phantom Killers, but there's a lot of intermingling of facts and legends between the movie and the actual Phantom Killer case.
This is Casey Roberts, media manager at Texas A&M Texarkana. He's done extensive research on the crimes and brought us to one of the locations where The Town That Dreaded Sundown was filmed.
A lot of the kind of landmarks from both the original case of the Phantom Killer and the movie The Town That Dreaded Sundown are going away over the years. And this particular house here was used, one of the big scenes.
It was Friday, May 3rd, when Virgil and Katie Starks were attacked in their farmhouse just outside of town. Virgil was shot and killed in his armchair, while Katie, shot in the face, ran out of the house. Everybody seems convinced that Gil Sweeney is the guy, but you're saying...
Gil Sweeney would have been easy to pin it on, and they needed to pin it on somebody. The one person that I haven't been satisfied he was cleared was a young man that committed suicide and left a note saying he was the Phantom Killer. It's just part of the legend, the son of the prominent family that had the connections to, cover up his dirty deed.
Hoping to dig up more information, we went searching through the microfiche of the Texarkana Gazette.
Promising lead proves dud. So this is the mention of the Gil Sweeney. The officers had been trying to validate the story of a woman. The woman's statement followed so closely to the known facts of the case that they were almost positive that she was telling the truth, that at one point they were almost to the point of announcing a break in the case. Subsequently, however, the woman said that neither she nor her husband had anything to do with the slayings. It's interesting. So they don't call him the Phantom at all in this, but we just saw literally the advertisement in the newspaper for the movie that's showing The Phantom Speaks. And this is the movie that they theoretically pulled the name from. And right here at the newspaper, one of the guys said, well, why don't we call him something? We need to call him something. Let's call him the Phantom.
We had just witnessed an important step in the creation of any urban legend, the naming of the boogeyman.
One of the roles that urban legends play, and this is an ancient function, is that they will put a name on something that gives people fears or anxieties. That gives the person some feeling of control. So give the murderer a name. He's the Phantom Murderer.
The mask, the movie, the Phantom. These were the crucial elements that would help create Texarkana's very own urban legend. A legend that would only continue to grow, with screenings of The Town That Dreaded Sundown, held every year in Texarkana's Spring Lake Park.
All of this area was part of Spring Lake Park at the time, and this is where a couple of the places where the murders happened. That was where Lover's Lane was.
You basically set up the screening that you have of Town That Dreaded Sundown at Spring Lake Park.
Yes, we do it every October. Because of the history, we like the idea of having this out at Spring Lake Park, since that's where some of the murders take place at. We started getting some phone calls saying that they didn't think it was right, that there were still families in town that, that was affected by this. The police concern is that it was going to cause somebody else to have the idea to start doing it again.
The film crew was in town last month, and there's a new movie being made.
What we've heard is that it was actually a remake of The Town That Dread Sundown. It's just probably a more modern version of it.
I've heard that the storyline of the movie is about a copycat that comes out from the screenings that happen at Spring Lake.
Are you serious? That's the first I've heard about that. Well, imitation of life, I guess.
While it may seem shocking to some, the screenings at Spring Lake Park were especially appropriate because it was here on April 14th where the Phantom turned larger than life.
400 yards from the entrance to Spring Lake Park where the sign is, they found Paul Martin's car empty.
In yet another attack, not only had the Phantom murdered 2 teenagers in the center of town, but their deaths would incite a panic that would grip Texarkana and never let go. Betty Jo Booker, age 15, was a saxophonist for a high school band called the Rhythmaires that played weekend shows at the local VFW. At 1:30 a.m. that Saturday night, she left with a childhood friend named Paul Martin, age 16, who was supposed to drop her off at a slumber party.
Paul's body was found lying on its left side. Blood was found further down on the other side of the road by a fence.
Right over here, Paul Martin's body's found. He'd been shot twice, and then he crawled across the street over to here. And then whoever did it shot him again twice. They said he put up a struggle. He had a bullet through his hand, raised his hand, probably begged not to be killed, and then they found him at 6:30 in the morning. Betty Jo Booker was nowhere around.
Although supposedly only the names had been changed in The Town That Dreaded Sundown, one of the most egregious fictionalizations had Betty Jo Booker playing the trombone instead of the saxophone, the reason being to show a more terrifying demise. The scene was so memorable, some people in town actually think that's how she died. The actual site of where Betty Jo Booker's body was found, along the edge of a forgotten road, had eluded many. Lost in time when a section of the park was turned into housing, this was one mystery we were determined to solve.
She was found 2 miles away from Martin's body.
The road's closed. Here's where we think this road continues on. See that line between those 2 trees?
Totally.
That's the road that's been overgrown. Keep that flashlight down. Just turn it down. This looks exactly like the old road. It is the old road, basically, that we just went through somebody's backyard to get to.
What is it?
It's a huge spider web. It's halfway between the 2 ends. This is Betty Jo Booker, 15 years old.
Shot twice, once to the left rib and once in the face, the left cheek.
Well, she's fully clothed.
Yeah.
Her overcoat's been buttoned up and her hand was put in her pocket.
Strange.
See that picture for a second? Does it look like it? Like if you're looking at it like that, add 60 years.
Could very well be it.
It could be. I feel bad that, we're never going to really know what killed her.
What happened to Paul Martin and Betty Jo Booker out on these roads over 60 years ago was horrific enough. Their deaths didn't need to be rewritten for more blood or gore. Coming out here, you realize that real life is just as scary as any horror film, and sometimes even more. This is Mark Bledsoe, a former probation officer who is obsessed with the case and conducted his own investigation.
I developed a passion, I guess, in the 90s. I saw the film, of course, when I was a 7th grader. And I was pretty scared because the way the film ends, it shows the boots and said he could still be walking the town. I wanted to know what the truth was.
Bledsoe was one of the only people to interview Yul Sweeney in recent years. Sweeney, who was out of jail and living in a Texas nursing home, had suffered a stroke the year before, making a speech difficult to decipher.
You spent a lot of your life in the penitentiary. 50, 60 years. But she said you and her went together to Springway Park.
Yeah, they drove out there together this morning. What do you say?
Tell them damn lie. You were the main suspect for family killing.
No, I wasn't.
Who do you think was the main?
I don't know.
You wish they'd catch you.
Interesting.
Better way they prove it wasn't you. You're innocent on that?
I just want to check on something. They showed me y'all were videotaping. Have y'all signed a thing?
I feel like there was more there.
Guy next to him, got Sweeney look like.
Despite being so close, we still didn't have an answer as to who the Phantom really was, and we probably never will.
What happened to the Phantom Killer, no one really knows. Some believe he was convicted of another crime, and today he is still serving his term in the Kansas prison.
It's these lack of answers that allows the legend to endure for the teenagers in Texarkana.
And what do you think the next chapter is in that legend?
Probably more ghost stories. Maybe more kids trying to scare other kids.
Do you think they'll ever end?
I think eventually it'll fade out, but I wouldn't be able to say for how long. I mean, legends last for a long time.
So this is the tree where, because of the movie, some people think Betty Jo Booker was actually killed with a trombone. I think why this is so kind of important is because so many people believed the fiction, and the fiction became reality. In this town, I really think what's interesting is they can't separate the two.
Well, I think it's more romantic, though, to believe in the myth than to have the facts in front of you.
You have the whole town coming out and watching a fictionalized version of that. And that's just like little kids telling a fictionalized version of what really happened. That's what an urban legend is.
Where does the truth end and the fiction begin? At this point, no one quite knows.
Texarkana today still looks pretty much the same. And if you should ask people here on the streets what they believe happened to the Phantom Killer, most would say that he is still living here and is walking free.
So right now we're driving into Houston. We're going to investigate the urban legend of the Candyman.
The name Candyman has a lot of urban legend references. Obviously, one of the most well-known is the film Candyman, based on the Clive Barker short story about an urban legend expert investigating the boogeyman who haunts the Cabrini Green housing projects in Chicago.
With my hook for a hand, I'll split you from your groin to your gullet.
Here the Candyman uses a hook, just like the well-known Hook urban legend, where it was probably appropriated from. But the film's villain wasn't the first Candyman. The original was in fact a very real monster, behind one of the most horrific crimes anyone could ever imagine.
all heard the same story about Halloween. Little Johnny had been warned to never go trick-or-treating at any house he didn't know. But he didn't listen. Instead, he convinces his friends to go get candy from this one weird house. Later that night, as they're all digging through their loot, there's this scream. All the kids are rushed to the hospital, but it's too late. Johnny's dead from eating candy laced with poison. And all the other kids had their mouths ripped open from swallowing razor blades and glass. They never to catch the person who did it. Turns out, Halloween really comes from the ancient custom of druids collecting kids for sacrifices. And apparently, these murders were committed by those who still carry on that evil tradition.
So does our modern day custom of trick-or-treating really stem from evil druids and child sacrifices? It's highly unlikely. But there's no denying that something very sinister is out there, instilling panic and inciting fear every Halloween.
There's one magical, haunted evening each year when all the scary creatures come out to prowl through every neighborhood. Most people enjoy having trick-or-treaters come to their doors. But there are a few people who will do things to hurt kids.
The first documented case of tainted candy happened on Long Island in 1964, when a housewife named Helen File, upset with older kids for trick-or-treating, handed out dog biscuits, steel wool, and poison ant buttons. Although File testified it was just a joke, she was still found guilty of endangering children. This fear really took root in the 1970s, when outlets like Newsweek were reporting that several children had died from poison or tainted candy.
Some schools stopped celebrating Halloween. They stop using the word Halloween, and they start talking about having a fall festival. New Jersey passed a law specifying penalties for people who were caught contaminating Halloween trees. In the 1980s, hospitals began offering to X-ray treats.
All NextCare urgent care locations are offering free candy X-rays through tomorrow.
We haven't had any instances where we found any tampered candy, but you read it in the news and you see all of these crazy pictures online. And so, if I were a parent, I would be a little bit concerned as well.
We don't worry about ghosts and goblins anymore, but we fear this maniac, this anonymous person who is so crazy that presumably he, poisons little children at random.
I think about how much fun Halloween is. I also worry a little bit about the things that can spoil the fun of Halloween. Those kinds of things scare me too, but in a different way.
The one case of tainted candy that seemed to bring this nightmare to life happened on a rainy Halloween night in Pasadena, Texas. The perpetrator of this evil crime is known to some as the man who killed Halloween, and to others as simply the Candyman. On October 31st, 1974, after trick-or-treating with their friends, the Bateses, Ronald O'Brien let his son Timothy, age 8, and his sister Elizabeth, 5, each pick out a piece of candy before bed. Timothy, still wearing his Planet of the Apes costume, chose a giant pixie stick, one of 5 that his father had gotten from a neighborhood house that night. Ronald had divvied up the other sticks to his daughter, one of the Bates kids, and a local boy named Whitney Parker. The sugar inside had clumped together, so Ronald rolled the sticks in his hands before pouring the powder down his son's throat. Minutes later, Timothy was violently vomiting, and after being rushed to the hospital, he was pronounced dead. The cause? Cyanide poisoning.
I was off duty at the time on Halloween night when I received a call from one of my detectives. I drove to Southmore Hospital, and what I saw was very, very disturbing, not only because there was a child there that was dead, that had cyanide foam coming out of his mouth, but it was a small, blonde-headed young boy. And I looked at this child, and I had at the time a small, blonde-headed 8-year-old son lying in a bed in my home. And it absolutely just almost destroyed you to see something like that.
Had you ever heard of the idea of candy tampering before that?
I had heard about it. I had never seen personally, but you're always concerned on Halloween. And the next night we had a grieving father, a grieving mother, and a grieving little sister. I put my arm around Mr. O'Brien's shoulder and I promised him I promise you, we will catch this individual that did this to your son.
Timothy's death was a terrible blow, not just for the family, but for many in Pasadena, as crowds of O'Brien's fellow churchgoers flooded the cemetery. Timothy's father quickly reduced the mourners to tears as he sang a hymn for the boy who was now in heaven.
I introduced myself to Mr. O'Brien and said, I'm a reporter for the Houston Chronicle. Is Mrs. O'Brien available to talk? He said, you know, she's really, as we all are, just torn up about this. But if you want to talk, come on in and I'll try to talk to you. And he said, you know, I held my son in my arms while he died, and I cried. And I thought that they had been victimized by a random crazy man, lunatic. The original suspects were people in Pasadena who were living inhabitants of the homes where they did the trick or treat.
4108, 4106. Is that 02?
Right here.
Yeah.
4102. All right, so right here is the Bates house from where O'Brien and the Bateses both went trick-or-treating.
After the funeral, the police took O'Brien around the Bates neighborhood, but he couldn't remember the house where he had gotten the pixie stick. Finally, he ID'd a neighbor named Courtney Melvin.
And right here where this blue car is, this is Courtney Melvin's place. So basically, Courtney was out on his lawn. O'Brien was driving by, fingered this guy as being the person where he got the pixie sticks.
The only problem being, Courtney Melvin had an airtight alibi. As the killer continued to elude police, the nature of his crime only seemed to confirm everyone's worst fears. A fear that still resonates today.
Do you know about the crime that happened?
Yeah, she talked about the kitty man.
Yeah.
That was the first step that I heard of people doing it. And then I heard they putting more cyanide and razor blades. I heard fish hooks. The way the society is getting right now, I mean, you don't ever know what's going to happen.
I'm like, nope, no candy until I look, you know,
What are you looking for?
You know, an open wrapper, just seeing if anything has a hole in it. You don't trust nobody.
Yeah.
Can't.
I actually heard about some guy doing it in this neighborhood one time. But
what's that story?
I think he actually lived over there by the ditch. And they do all that sacrifice crap over there during Halloween.
Do you think there's Satanists around?
There probably is. I mean, knowing this neighborhood, there's sickos around here.
Tonight is Halloween, and children will be out to trick or treat. We hope that the treats will be many and the tricks ingenious. But sometimes people give children bad things on Halloween.
In Shreveport, Louisiana, an old legend that actually happened this time.
Halloween is on Sunday, and there's a spreading fear that this year the real Halloween scare will be many more cases of contaminated treats.
The term that gets used is Halloween sadist. People assume that the Halloween sadist was some crazy person who, for some reason, presumably, you know, some psychological problem, gets pleasure or satisfaction from hurting little kids.
Many people believe the Halloween sadist was behind Timothy's death, but the real culprit was more horrific than anyone had ever imagined.
It's down here, I think, on the left. All right, so Greg, how do you want to do this?
I'll hang back here.
Okay, so we're gonna go up.
I'm not totally into this. I can understand why you'd want to do this.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Knocking on someone's house and telling them what tragedy happened here.
Well, you wouldn't want to know. Oh, hey, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Hey, sorry to bother you. We wanted to talk to you. We're doing a documentary, and we want to talk to you about the family that lived here before. Do you know him? You know Ronald Clark O'Brien? No, you don't have no idea about him?
No idea. I've never seen him. Something scary happened here or something.
Don't worry about it. All right. Thanks very much. You want to know? You really want to know?
Yeah.
Do you really want to know? So the guy who lived in here was a guy named Ronald Clark O'Brien. He gave his son a poison pixie stick.
He was the murderer?
Yeah, he killed it.
Put that poison in candy.
That's right.
Oh, good God.
On Halloween night, 8-year-old Timothy O'Brien of Pasadena, Texas, died after eating a piece of trick-or-treat candy that contained cyanide. Today, Pasadena police arrested the boy's father, 30-year-old Ronald O'Brien, on murder charges. Police refused to discuss the case other than to say the district attorney believes he has sufficient evidence to file charges.
After receiving a call from an insurance agent, police discovered O'Brien had taken out a large policy on his kids, but not himself, nor his wife. Even more damning, he had talked to numerous people about death by cyanide, and had even tried to buy the chemical from local companies. All evidence pointed to Timothy's father as the killer, which, as horrific as it sounds, makes some sense. And that's because the Halloween sadist is a myth, and the notion of candy tampering is really an urban legend.
The idea that this is a big social problem is a myth. I can't tell you that nobody's ever contaminated a piece of candy, but I can't find any evidence that anybody has ever been hurt, seriously hurt, or killed from a contaminated treat picked up in the course of trick-or-treating.
If there's no such thing as the Halloween sadist, who is in fact doing that?
Probably the kids. If you think about it, this is a terrific kind of prank. It's easy enough to come by a pin and easy enough to stick it into the candy bar and then run in and say, look, Mom, there's a pin in my candy bar. And you become the object of the concerned attention of your parents and possibly even the press and the police.
While the fear of tainted candy may be hysteria, Timothy's death was real. But was it really conceivable that a father could kill his own child? And if so, what kind of monster was Ronald Clark O'Brien?
Look at that lying son of a bitch. I thought, just like Mr. O'Brien wanted us to think, that there was some maniac out there randomly giving these poison pixie sticks to little kids. That's exactly what he wanted us to think, and that's what we thought. It's hard to accept that a human being was willing to do that, and it is it's still difficult for all of us. There's the people in this case were forever affected by what he did, and by that I mean the Bates kids. He was going to kill his friend's own two kids, and little Whitney Parker, and he would have killed his daughter if the ambulance and police hadn't gotten there so fast. No good prosecutor wants to go to trial at all on anything unless they believe in their own heart that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And seeking the death penalty is just an extra dimension of care and consideration that should be given.
You wanted to keep the case?
I sure did.
Why?
I wanted to hopefully have a hand in seeing that justice was done and that he would die for what he did.
It took a jury only 45 minutes to find O'Brien guilty, and another 75 to sentence him to death. In a fitting irony, he was scheduled to die on October 31st, 1976, Halloween.
I have stated from the very beginning that I had absolutely nothing at all to do with this. I maintain that now. I am willing to take a polygraph now, just like I was from the very first time they arrested me. Because I have no guilt, I'm not worried about what happens to my physical body. When I die, I know where I'm going.
You're going straight to hell, buddy.
All these appeals have been turned down appeal after appeal, and everybody's saying you will be executed this Saturday. This could be your last news conference. What are your final thoughts?
As long as I have verifiable options open to me, I will pursue it.
Are you ever going to change your proclamation of innocence, or?
No, why should I? That's the truth. When you consider victims, the victim of this crime actually turns out to be me.
O'Brien had been sent to Texas's infamous Huntsville prison, which to this day houses the most active death chamber in the U.S. But this was 1982, and after a lengthy debate in the Supreme Court and numerous days of execution, O'Brien was to be one of the very first inmates to be executed under the reinstituted death penalty. Yet despite his crime, O'Brien still managed to find his supporters.
There were people who were in favor of saving Ronald Clark O'Brien in spite of the overwhelming evidence and the horror of the crime. Their position was, we are categorically opposed to the death penalty. There also were counter-protesters who were in favor of the death penalty. They included a lot of students from the university located here, including many who complained about what had happened to Halloween.
This is Ronald Clark O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien is 39 years old. It looks like you're going to be executed. Would you agree with that?
It's a possibility. I've been aware of that possibility since the sentence was handed down. It doesn't make it right.
It's fair to say that nobody gets any joy out of executing anybody, but it is also clear that most Americans want to get on with this. They are upset that you're alive.
I can see that point, sure. But here again, I don't think revenge is right. I don't think society is entitled to revenge.
You are accused of ruining Halloween for everybody.
Well, that's a matter of opinion.
March 31st, 1984, the day of O'Brien's execution had finally arrived. He was to be executed just after midnight. As the hour approached, the frenzy outside reached a fever pitch.
Demonstrators were outside the prison waiting for the announcement they wanted to hear. Parents of other murdered children joined the vigil.
You know, how could anyone do something to their own child? But all of us would give to have the chance to have ours back.
Do you think Halloween will ever be the same again?
Oh, I don't think Halloween has changed a great deal, except maybe gotten a little safer.
At exactly 12:40 a.m., O'Brien was injected with a lethal cocktail of drugs, twice the normal amount to account for his 250-pound weight. After Brian's eyes fluttered, his chest heaved, and it was over.
Ronald O'Brien, the man fellow inmates called the Candyman, was killed by lethal injection this morning at a Huntsville, Texas prison.
Ronald O'Brien went to his deathbed, never admitting that he killed his own son. But in a final statement, the condemned man did ask to be forgiven.
To anyone I have offended in any way during my 39 years, I pray and ask your forgiveness, just as I forgive anyone who offended me in any way.
Ronald O'Brien is dead. His ex-wife sees the execution as the end of a nightmare and a chance for a brand new beginning.
For many, the idea that we were killing the man who killed Halloween seemed justified. O'Brien had to die so we could have our fun back.
People were celebrating it, no question about it, but it was kind of a catharsis, really, and people welcomed the event.
He really had not just desecrated the family tie, but he had actually, in some fundamental way, desecrated the idea of Halloween by taking a scary story and literally making it true. What he did is he used the urban legend as a smokescreen. He used it as an alibi. I couldn't have done it because this is the sort of thing that an anonymous creepy killer would do. And we all know that because of urban legends.
In the ultimate irony, O'Brien's decision to enact the tainted candy myth turned fiction into reality, allowing the Candyman to continue haunting Halloween for generations to come.
Look, it's right there.
Mr. O'Brien, your case has probably created terror in the hearts of parents. In fact, I'm told that the inmates occasionally refer to you as the Candyman. Is that so?
A babysitter is watching TV after putting the kids to bed when she gets a call from a mysterious stranger.
Hello?
Have you checked the children?
What?
Thinking it's a prank, she hangs up. A few minutes later, the same mysterious man calls again.
Hello?
Check the children.
Only now the question ends with a devilish laugh. The babysitter reports the call.
Hello, could you get me the police? I've been getting weird phone calls.
After a few minutes, a hurried voice calls back.
Leave me alone! Jill, this is Sergeant Sacker. Listen to me. We've traced the call. The caller is in the house. The calls are coming from the house. It's coming from inside the house.
Just at that moment, the babysitter looks over as a man is coming down the stairs.
Well, that really happened to a girl in my hometown.
Yes, I'm sure it did. I'm sure most of you grew up thinking that this happened to girls in all your hometowns, but it didn't.
Yes, the babysitter and the man upstairs is a popular urban legend, but is there any truth behind it? One would think so, considering all these examples. But when dealing with urban legends, the truth is never quite what it seems.
When I think babysitter, I think about me babysitting as a teenager and how fearful I was, you know, being in a strange house, hearing strange sounds, not being familiar. But what's interesting is that I started researching babysitters thinking that I wouldn't have a hard time finding a case of a babysitter befalling some kind of death or kidnapping, the children upstairs being killed or whatever. It's very difficult to find any true crime to connect this urban legend with.
One thing that's interesting about babysitting is that it doesn't increase your danger of being attacked at all. It would be a completely random event for a babysitter to be attacked during a house burglary. But it induces anxiety because suddenly they're responsible for these other people's kids. It has nothing to do with your potential for becoming a crime victim, but it may be getting expressed in stories in which the babysitter becomes a crime victim.
You would think with the amount of babysitters getting killed in popular culture that like we would have just like got a case immediately.
Well, it took me to going back to the 50s to actually find one.
We found this case of Jeanette Christman here in Columbia, Missouri, which is why we're here.
My name is Carol Haley Holt, and I was a very good friend of Jeanette Christman from first grade through the time of her death. It was March 18, 1950. Jeanette was babysitting for the Romack family out kind of in the west edge of Columbia. It really wasn't in the city limits. It was a kind of a eerie night. I also was babysitting, and I just felt uneasy, and that was unusual for me because I did quite a bit of babysitting. But I just felt that something was going on about 12 o'clock. And I even got up to check the door, make sure it was locked. Went in to check the little boy. He was fine. And then the next morning, the phone rang. My mother went in to answer and told me that Jeanette had been killed while she was babysitting.
I had heard that there had been a phone call to the police.
Well, Mrs. Romack tried to call to check on Jeanette with the thunder, and she was afraid the little boy might wake up. And she tried to call and received the busy signal.
What the Romack family didn't know is that Jeanette had called the police while she was being attacked. But the only thing they heard were desperate screams. Unable to trace the call, the police were helpless to stop her murder.
Jeanette had skin under her fingernails. She had many abrasions on her body, but the final thing was that she was strangled with an ironing cord. I know she suffered a lot before she finally succumbed.
Jeanette Christman's death shocked the small town of Columbia, Missouri. But despite being one of the most publicized crimes in the past 60 years, her murder has never been solved. So right now we're looking for Ed Romack's house where Jeanette Christman was murdered while she was babysitting. 1015 should be somewhere along here.
So then it must be that one.
That house right there?
Right there.
Quick question for you. Is this where Ed Romack used to live? Is that this house?
Maybe.
But you don't know anything about it?
No, next door. They've been here for a really long time.
Mm-hmm.
About 2 years ago, this car pulled up and they were out there talking and pointing here at this house. And they said, we're trying to figure out which house where a girl was babysitting a little baby, and she got murdered and raped.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, it's not this house, it's that one.
Mm-hmm.
It was the man talked to me. He said I was the baby.
No.
And
Wow.
a different woman that lived across West Boulevard, and she had been raped and murdered sometime within close to that time.
Jenkins, is it?
Yes.
Jenkins, right.
I went to the trial. Yeah.
Mary Lou Jenkins was the other reason we were in Columbia. On February 6, 1946, Mary Lou, age 20, was home alone while her mother was out caring for an elderly neighbor. The next morning, she came home to find Mary Lou dead. Much like Jeanette Chrisman's murder 4 years later, Mary Lou had been raped and strangled with an electrical cord. A mentally challenged man named Floyd Cochran, who had been arrested for killing his wife, was charged with the murder and quickly executed.
Do you think Floyd was innocent?
I think he was likely innocent of killing Mary Lou Jenkins, yes. He did kill his wife, and likely domestic dispute. But just from reading the trial transcripts, it just didn't seem like he had the wherewithal to kill and rape a young woman.
Mary Beth Brown is a researcher who helps shed new light on these old cold cases. She believes the eerie similarities between the Jenkins murder and the Chrisman murder 4 years later only proves Cochran's innocence.
They were both young women. They were home by themselves. They were both found with electrical cords wrapped around their neck, but cords that weren't attached or torn from the appliance. They were actually cut. The whole location thing is the one that really gets me.
Like how close?
Within 2 blocks.
Do you think that the same person who killed Mary Lou Jenkins also killed Jeanette Chrisman?
That's my personal opinion, but yeah.
And who do you think did it?
I've been told several people, but more than any other name was Robert Mueller.
Robert Mueller was a high school friend of Ed Romack's, and it was the Romack's house where Jeanette was babysitting that night. The Romack's told police that Mueller had often commented on Jeanette being a virgin and had alluded to knowing intimate details of the crime. Although Mueller had been taken in for questioning and passed a polygraph, the police still felt there was enough evidence to arrest him. However, a grand jury refused to indict, and Mueller was never tried for Jeanette's murder.
I am working on a documentary, and I'm interested in a cold case that I've been researching, and I wanted to see if there's any information that you could give me. Okay, did you just like do something on your system and you see there's nothing there?
Despite numerous efforts to reach out to police, they were less than responsive. Chrisman's case was too old to warrant attention. However, we were able to track down some old case files.
This deputy testified that Romack told him Mueller had known Jeanette and admired her well-developed form. Oh my God. There's her leg. There's the phone. That's the cord around her neck right there. It's one of those irons back then with the thick cords. It's a window that was broken that supposedly whoever did this went in and out of. But the Venetian blinds, if someone were going through there, they'd be totally ripped up. The piano, look. That's the window that, oh, look,
Right,
look.
There's the broken glass, and that's why they're saying nothing's disturbed, because look at the area around it. So, inside job.
Mm-hmm. Mueller's wife, according to the deputy, had called the girl to babysit at the Mueller home that night and found she'd already been asked by Mrs. Romack.
So, Mueller tried to get her to babysit that night.
Must have been.
And she was already babysitting the Romacks. Which was how he would know she would be alone. I agree that it sounds like he did it, but maybe he didn't.
There's no solid proof. There's no hard evidence.
Joan Sorrell is another researcher studying the cases. She believes other crimes happening in Columbia at the time might be connected to these murders.
There were rapes that had occurred within that period between the Jenkins murder and the Chrisman murder.
Tell me about those.
Well, there was a rape that was within 2 blocks of the Chrisman murder. The girl was raped by a man that wore a mask.
Really?
And when you read the stories, the reports of the Chrisman murder, when they're talking about Robert Mueller, it turns out that he was interested in the theater and that he made masks. There was a black man named Jake Bradford that they charged, And he had already been in jail, and he was charged on the rapes.
You assume he was innocent.
Of that, they took the wrong man. They really did.
Would you say that Columbia has like a history of this?
Well, you remember that I was graduating from high school in 51. You would go to the MU football games and you'd stand up for Dixie.
What does that mean?
The song Dixie,
Okay.
that's a Confederate song. Columbia was really primarily a Confederate town.
Basically, this is the story of the young girl.
We came here to investigate an urban legend, but what we found was truly shocking. The unsolved murders of 2 young girls, a series of brutal rapes, and the possibility that men were being falsely accused and even executed. In all honesty, the truth was more unflinchingly real than we could have ever imagined.
So right now we are headed to Hinkson Creek.
It is where a lot of people went to park back in the 50s and 40s, 50s, 60s, still do now.
Yeah. We just wanted to see about all the other rapes that were happening other than the 2 houses. This is the creek where they're saying there were a ton of rapes happening around here. That. This is where the college students go in, and there's like a car right out over there. They just flashed their lights because they didn't want us to walk in on them.
What's down here?
Where they dragged the girl.
Dragged?
Dragged from the car. There was a couple making out. Some guy came out of nowhere and then at gunpoint pulled one of the girls off into the woods. It was right near Halloween. And basically, this guy put a mask over his head and then he put a mask over the girl's face. And then he raped her.
I think the more scary thing is being a woman, being a girl in between 1940 and 1950 in this area, knowing the amount of things going on. I wouldn't have wanted to be a babysitter back then. I wouldn't have wanted to be by myself in one of those houses.
Most teenagers in the US go through a period when they babysit at least once or twice. And it feels very terrifying to the person who's doing it, but it's not actually dangerous almost at all. I mean, there's no reason to imagine that any killer would even know that a babysitter was on duty in the house. And it makes the most sense if you think about the fact that maybe he knew she was going to be there babysitting, and maybe he did this specifically to torment the babysitter. And that is exactly what happened, they think, in the Columbia case.
Was somebody tormenting the babysitters in Columbia? And was the same person responsible for the sex crimes that had terrorized this town? And finally, was this same person Robert Mueller? Hoping for some additional insight, we turned to a profiler in Kansas City, a former German national named Peter Brandt, who was willing to review our case.
So, in your opinion, the same killer for both girls?
Yes, this is too specific if you add all the details together.
Do you think that Mary Lou Jenkins knew him?
Well, there was no sign of forced entry on the door, so at least from the side, she must have known him, and he was non-threatening to her.
Right. Now let's talk about Chrisman.
Oh, well, this is a lot more specific. If you see, there comes an offender. He breaks the window. The victim runs to the kitchen where the phone is, and he walks in through the front door. Now, why would he do that? He would do that only if he knew one detail. Ed Romack had shown her how to use the shotgun.
Peter had brought up an interesting clue, one that many had overlooked. Romack testified that he had shown Jeanette a loaded shotgun by the front door. By breaking the window, Mueller would distract her away from the gun, so he could safely get inside the house.
He knew how long he would need around the house, through the front door, into the kitchen. So he knew every feet of the ground.
Do you think it was Mueller?
He fits the bill, but a lot of other males of that time would fit that bill too. And the problem is he passed his lie detector. Now, if you have even, let's say, 20 to 40% psychopaths in the mix, a lie detector, especially an old model from the 50s, well, it's worthless.
Now, the other interesting thing is that the rapes and murders stopped when he left town.
Well, that looks not good, but on the other side, what was it? 500,000 young males went to Korea. So he wasn't the only one who left the area. I mean, he would so nicely fit the bill, but that's the risky part with profiles. Yeah? A profile says not who the killer is, but what the killer is.
I think it's interesting that he thinks that whoever this is, he knew her. He knew both.
Although we'll never be able to prove who committed all these crimes, the evidence strongly suggests that Jeanette Christman knew her killer.
There really is not a strong tradition in America of strangers coming in and killing babysitters. Babysitters killing small children, yes, but the stranger on babysitter story just doesn't connect up with a widespread, real social fear.
What the babysitter and the man upstairs seems to be about is this warning about this kind of responsibility. If you're taking this responsibility, you have to take it seriously. So you have this voice that calls her up on the phone and almost like a conscience asks, have you checked the children? And she hasn't checked the children, and that's one of the reasons why she doesn't know that they've been murdered.
I think it makes more sense to look at it in a simple way and say, the babysitter is dealing with her own anxieties of being potentially the cause of the children's death. And the killer upstairs is the killer upstairs for her.
The tragic case of Jeanette Christman only goes to prove Bill Ellis's point, that our portrayal of the man upstairs is incorrect. And that's because the truth is more terrifying than we can ever imagine. Jeanette Christman knew her killer, and if it's true that her killer was Mueller, as so many in Colombia have suggested, then the man tormenting her that fateful night wasn't any stranger. So now we go from Columbia, Missouri to Chicago in the 1980s, from the small town to the big city. For some, it is a loss of innocence, and nothing speaks to that loss more than clowns. We used to think of clowns as fairly happy characters. Yes, sometimes they were sad or hapless, but ultimately they were harmless caricatures. Of course, clown faces were exaggerated and garish, but that's because of the far distances between the audience and the ring. It wasn't the clown's fault, or was it? Before modern times, the clown, or more appropriately the jester, was considered a mischievous trickster whose special role allowed them to mock nobility. Jesters served to entertain, but it wasn't all smiles. These clowns had a mean streak, and they played it to the hilt. But what was it about the clowns of today that turned them into something evil?
Breakfast! I'm hungry!
Some believe it was when we brought clowns out of the big top and into our homes via birthday parties and TV that things really began to change.
We see you here as Bozo. Who are you really?
Had that suspicious gleam in the eye been there all along? Did we finally just put two and two together to realize that clowns were creepy, or even worse, dangerous?
News at 5.
Chicago police warn parents about a man dressed as a clown who is approaching children.
Police say a clown tried to lure boys into his pickup truck last Tuesday evening. Police have issued 2 community alerts regarding the clown sighting near some South Side schools as well as some West Side schools.
No one can say for sure where in Chicago it happened first, or even when. But they were out there, snatching kids off the streets. They trolled playgrounds and schoolyards. Sometimes they used balloons or candy to lure the gullible ones. But ask anyone who's seen them, and they'll all tell you the same thing. It was the white van they saw first. And then that face behind the wheel, painted white with a maniacal smile. We called them the killer clowns. And they only wanted one thing: to kidnap kids. Just like us.
Police say that the suspect wears clown makeup, a wig, and sometimes he carried balloons. The latest pair of incidents occurred near playgrounds at 83rd and Mackinac.
They were running out of the playground area.
To prey on children at this time, right around the time where they want to go out and do trick-or-treating. It's unfortunate.
We should emphasize that nothing has happened. No child has been hurt. But certainly these incidents that have been near children is making it very uneasy.
In 2008, this was one of the reported sightings in South Mackinac, one of the theoretical clown abductions. And apparently he was hiding in the playground with some balloons.
Or he's in a van, or he's in a truck. I mean, no adult said they saw this. Something was going on with these children to feel the need to alert adults.
Doing a documentary?
Yeah, we are. Do you believe that really happened?
Yeah, oh, sure.
Why do you believe that happened?
Well, people told me, that they had actually seen that.
Was it just one incident, or was it?
No, it was like a couple weeks or a month or something like that. It was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Did they ever catch the guy?
I'm not sure. I think they did because it stopped. Definitely was a true incident.
So he believes.
He believes it.
It was real.
I think there could possibly have been a clown here.
It's hard to discern.
A white van, and the guy had a mask of a clown. One of our friend's daughters. Yeah, and she was holding on like for dear life to the fence.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Do you believe it really happened?
I believe so. We have tons and tons of pedophiles in this community. I always log on to.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Dressing as a clown?
Yeah.
That's a little extreme, don't you think?
No.
But you never saw the clown.
No, but we saw people that acted like that person trying to tell the kids. I saw them right in the store, and I warned the store owner. I like for people to hear the truth and they're not alive.
Now I don't know what to think.
Walking away was hard not to believe that there must be some truth to this. Could all these people really be wrong? Maybe our fear of clowns isn't just in our heads.
Coulrophobia is a fear of clowns. It's so widespread now that, everybody knows that people are afraid of clowns. Everybody knows that something's up with clowns. And the last couple of decades have just been confirmation of everything they ever feared.
But what's even more disturbing is that these phantom clowns didn't just appear in 2008. There was a similar sighting 17 years previously, in the fall of 1991.
From the number of alleged sightings coming from practically all over Chicago, police are theorizing there may be more than one phony clown roaming the streets.
This is a comment. I seen the same van with a clown driving when we was on the west side playing, and I can recall the van stopping in the alley and the clown trying to lure me to the van. That scared me worse than living in Cabrini Green projects.
The mention of Cabrini Green was telling. It had been one of Chicago's most notorious slums, where kids face rampant poverty and violence on a daily basis. But how does a kid process these overwhelming societal issues that are just too big to fix?
Have you ever heard of any talk about any scary place on your block, place nobody went to?
Every block's a scary block. Someone's shooting and killing out there.
You guys think clowns are scary?
Clowns?
Yeah.
No.
Killer clowns. Killer clowns.
We've got a real shot here, Bernadette. An entire community starts attributing the daily horrors of their lives to a mythical figure.
Sometimes we create monsters. Sometimes we just need to put a face on our fear.
Aren't you going to say hello?
This is where there was another series of clown sightings back in '91. They called this clown sighting the Homia clown sighting.
Back in the early 90s, there's a popular show on In Living Color. Huge character on there, Homie the Clown.
Now, let's show them how homie gets back at Mr. Establishment, shall we? Sure.
I mean, this is only one of many, many places all over Chicago.
There was a real citywide scare. The Chicago police were being called. There were reports in the news.
Isaiah Thompson was a local reporter who grew up in Chicago and wrote about the clowns that seemed to be lurking on every corner.
Somehow, I don't know that anyone knows how, this whole city, this whole especially like this whole public school network of thousands and thousands of kids all believe the same thing. So it seems like this larger force of nature that had sort of visited itself upon the kids of Chicago.
But what the kids in 1991 didn't know was that Chicago had an even earlier clown scare.
There was another clown scare phenomenon previously in 1981. It's been said that one started in Boston.
You think 81, you think 80s, you think Stephen King, you think It, you think Poltergeist. No, that started 82, Poltergeist, 86 for It. Right. It was all before any of that.
It's easy to see how Poltergeist could have helped spread a clown scare. And of course, Stephen King's It.
I'll drive you crazy and I'll kill you all. I'm every nightmare you've ever had. I am your worst dream come true.
But the fact that the 1981 scare preceded these cinematic killer clowns, this wasn't just kids watching some movie. Not when this fear was everywhere.
Clowns appear in California, 1967, Newark, 1980, Boston, Providence, Omaha, Phoenix, Arizona, 1985, Chicago, Galveston, Texas, 1992, Washington, Maryland, Scotland, 1991, throughout a large portion of Latin America from Mexico to South America in the mid-90s. The question of how it's being spread is a very interesting one because you have an age group which doesn't have an enormous amount of contact, and especially in a pre-internet time, elementary schools communicating with students at other elementary schools on the other side of town is very unlikely. How it's transmitted is really one of the most intriguing, perhaps unsolved mysteries about it.
All over the world, kids were seeing killer clowns, but it could have been any monster. Zombies, vampires, witches. Why clowns? Maybe our fear points to an even larger issue. Maybe it was the clown's loss of innocence that made them that much more scary, because it spoke to our own loss. For those born into a generation of stranger danger, where missing kids appeared on every milk carton, clowns represented a world that had turned almost evil overnight. And that's because it's here in Chicago, where the notion of killer clowns became a reality.
Police found the decomposed remains of 3 bodies. They suspect there are several more bodies buried here.
And the most evil of them all was Pogo, the alter ego of one of the most prolific serial killers in all of history, John Wayne Gacy. Gacy was a sadistic serial killer who brutally slayed 33 young men between 1972 and 1978 in the Chicago suburbs. Though many have portrayed Gacy as an actual killer clown, the truth behind his demented persona is not so simple.
How many bodies did you find here?
29, 27 under the house in the crawl space, one under the driveway, and one under the an extension that you put on the garage.
This is Bob Egan, a former prosecutor on the Gacy case, and Cook County Detective Jason Moran.
When we first saw the Pogo the Clown pictures, we went, oh my God, is this guy acting as a clown to get victims? And that's what we thought. But it wasn't that at all. He was doing that because he was the center of attention. And everything he did was to make himself the center of attention.
I still don't like clowns. And I'm an adult with a gun and a badge. And it might be from being a child during that time. Because if you look at Pogo the Clown, he was a very creepy clown.
If you look at the pictures, the makeup around his eyes when he was portraying Pogo was triangular, and makeup around his mouth came up to points. The clown expert said clowns do not have any sharp points on their faces. Why? He says, because it scares kids and it connotes evil.
And so you think Gacy did this on purpose to connote evil?
No, I don't think at all. I think it's purely coincidental. I don't think he was thinking of that for 1 second. I'm telling you, that's exactly what we believed at the time. Pogo the Clown issue was the subject of a lot of conversation during the trial prep.
Although Gacy never did kill anyone dressed as a clown, he did tell police clowns can get away with murder, leading many to believe his signature clown look was in fact a true reflection of his inner evil self. Ken Melvin Berg is a noted historian who understands the dark side of a clown.
It doesn't matter the type of mask that you're putting on, whether it's a clown face, it's to hide who you are a little bit and to be somebody a little bit different. It's oftentimes the opposite of what we portray ourselves in our day-to-day life. So somebody who is a truly evil person, like Gacy, puts it on to sort of offset that.
What happens when people costume is that they're playing with these internal personalities. They're repressing the normal ego, and they are allowing some internal personality to become dominant. And so you put on the clown makeup, and you are no longer yourself. You then become someone that is unpredictable, possibly dangerous, possibly violent.
Here we go. Game on, my friend. Clowns has always been a huge thing for us here in Chicago. It's unlike any other American city where we have clowns and clown stories and clown mythology and clown history that no other city in the U.S. has. It started off a long time ago in the 1890s when the Columbian Exposition brought clowns around just to entertain folks. Going forward in time a little bit, up into the 1950s, like Bob Bell, who was the original Bozo the Clown. The Bozo set is still at WGN in the building, and it's allegedly haunted. The late 70s is when you had John Wayne Gacy. Shortly after is when Clown Panic happened. So for people like me that are a little bit sadistic, it makes it that much more interesting because people are that much more scared of clowns these days. The thing is that all of the people that were children in the 1980s and 1990s are adults now and are telling these terrifying tales of clowns to their children. Speaking of the connection to clowns in Chicago, the one site that you guys have got to see if you haven't been there before is Showman's Rest, which is a monument to the circus and clowns in a cemetery.
Buried in Chicago are the clowns and other circus performers who died in one of the worst train wrecks in American history. On June 22, 1918, after its conductor fell asleep, a train plowed into the idle sleeper cars of the Hagenbeck-Wallace Circus. Those who weren't killed in the initial impact burned to death after the wooden cars caught on fire. In all, 86 performers were killed, with so many burned beyond recognition. They were buried in a mass grave in a section of a Chicago cemetery called Showman's Rest. One of those who survived was Joe Coyle, a famously jovial clown whose act became perpetually sad and morose as he took to dressing in rags. Coyle would play a sad clown for the rest of his life.
Joe Coyle wept bitterly as he lay on a stretcher and told how his wife and 2 babies had joined him only recently and how all 3 had been crushed to death at his very side. The kiddies had been so glad to see their daddy, he said. I wish I could have died with them.
Here, look. See that?
Baldy.
Baldy, 1918, June 22nd.
They said they only could name him Baldy because that was the only name they knew him by. It was his stage name.
4-horse driver, 1918.
Unknown male, unknown male.
Unknown male, unknown male, unknown male. All these graves are unknown?
All these are unknown.
Maybe it all started in Chicago with the deaths of these clowns. Maybe all it takes is a little tragedy to unlock the even darker places in our mind. One thing is for certain, there's no going back to the innocent clown. The scales have been tipped and the evidence proves it. Clowns can do scary things. They can even become killers.
16 and 314 for a shooting at Century Theaters, 14300 East Alameda Avenue. They're saying somebody's shooting in the auditorium.
I got 7 down in Cedar Knight. 7 down. Got a child victim I need rescue.
I got people running out of the theater that are shot.
Breaking news coming out of Aurora, Colorado. A scene of a shooting this morning. A movie theater where The Dark Knight Rises was being shown.
On July 20th, 2012, James Holmes commits one of the worst mass shootings in recent history. The But if the massacre itself weren't horrific enough, James's costuming was an ominous testament to the allure of a very specific clown.
Introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos.
Holmes's embodiment of the Joker, a villain who has come to represent the ultimate destruction of our civilized world, is no coincidence. In our never-ending attempts to sanitize society, we sometimes reap what we sow.
In a sense, you can really look at it as a possible backlash. We felt this compulsion to water the clown down into this cartoonish, harmless being. And I think the underlying traits of the archetype just came back with a vengeance.
Holmes's Joker-fueled rampage not only signified that the clown's transformation from innocent to evil was finally complete, but it also revealed what was truly lurking inside of us all.
We think of ourselves as one, and in fact, we're really kind of a parliament of personalities. The killer clown is one of our personalities, is part of us. And so therefore, we have to be very careful not to let the killer clown out, except in a safe way, except in a playful way.
See, madness, as you know, is like gravity. All it takes is a little push.
The babysitter killer, the hook man, the Halloween sadist, the killer clown. What can we learn from these urban legends and from the true crimes that may have inspired them? Maybe these monsters, despite our overwhelming desire to believe otherwise, just aren't real. By presenting false boogeymen, our urban legends are helping us to make sense of crimes too wicked to comprehend.
An urban legend, even though it can be scary, it's not nearly as scary as the actual murderers that live in the world with us.
But peel back the layers of any campfire tale, and you'll understand the inherent truth that despite our need to believe in an evil, in a darker force, it just isn't true. In the end, the only real boogeyman is the one that lurks inside of us all, waiting for just the right moment to emerge. So what's the lesson behind this cautionary tale? The warning here is simple. Be afraid, not of the story, but of the storyteller.
was a full town, countless stores, gas stations. We had our own bank, own post office, and anything any other town would have.
It was a habit in the summertime of everybody sit out on their front porches, and they'd all say hello to me. I never worried about my safety. I never worried about not being able to get help.
It was a safe place to grow up. A lot of times we didn't lock our doors, and life was sweet. Picnics in the summertime, out on what we call the picnic ground.
They had the block parties up by this church and the school up there.
Yeah. They'd have hot dogs and that, and a couple of rides for
A lot of
kids.
food rides for kids, yeah.
It was good.
I was working in Jersey, but every time I came up to visit my family and stuff like that, you would just see a house or two gone here. Next time you come up, another one or two gone. Just slow process, you know.
This particular 100 block was home to about 10 families back as far back as the 1980s. Now I'm the last person left on this block and on this entire street for that matter. My last neighbor, Joe Moyer, who lived on the intersection of West Park and Locust Avenue, passed away 2 years ago. So I'm the last person remaining now. Even at night now, there's nothing visible, but at one time, you know, a couple years ago when you'd come up here, you could actually see the ground glowing either, you know, red from the fire or sometimes blue. And blue would be from the methane gas burning off. It was kind of wild looking at night, you know, when you see the blue flames coming up out of the hillside. I pretty much walk through town almost once a day. And one day, you know, the ground is as you see it. The next day you take a walk through and there's a huge gaping hole in the ground. I mean, it's amazing. There are a couple areas here where, like I said, the fire was so close to the surface that I actually did see, you could see the burning underground. It was just like looking into a furnace. It was wild. A lot of brush fires were started by the fire. You can see the trees are blackened just from it being that close to the surface. It just caught everything on fire. This actually used to be a park here at one time. You can see the evidence of the framework for the swings and all. Now, that wasn't in my time. That was probably back in my grandfather's time. But I mean, it's just amazing to think back, you know, looking at it now and say, you know, 60, 70 years ago was, you know, green and the children played here and all. And you'd never guess looking at it now.
The fire began in 1962. The fire company used to do a controlled burn of the garbage pit, you know, for Memorial Day, to make it presentable because it was such a close proximity to Oddfellow Cemetery.
That dump was up next to the cemetery, and they wanted to burn it off for the 30th of May, and they lit the dump on fire so it wouldn't be sticking around the cemetery.
They noticed within days that the fire was still burning in the dump, and not too much after that, they started observing steam coming out of the sides of the walls of the pit there, and so they knew that the fire had gotten into the mines.
We have
bituminous coal and we have anthracite coal. And anthracite coal is, as far as anyone knows, the oldest coal on the planet. It's about 300 million years old. And if you think of coal in most parts of the world, it's like a layer cake. If you think of multiple layers, and you tilt it and skew it just a little bit, but that's the way coal seams run in most of the world, except in the anthracite region. And there, that coal is literally older than the hills, and it follows the topography of the hills. It goes vertically up, vertically down. Sometimes it even goes upside down. And so the anthracite mine fires, they go under the surface and they go deep in a hurry.
Now, in this part of the United States, we had a lot of heat and pressure, more than anywhere else in the world, compressing out all the impurities in the vegetation and making anthracite coal the purest coal in the world. 96% of all the anthracite in the United States, and that's 3/4 of the world's supply of anthracite coal, is right here in this small part of Pennsylvania. But this anthracite coal, once you do get it burning, it does burn long and hot, okay? And it does continue to burn. That's what fuels the fire.
I'd say probably about 3-4 homes stood just in this small plot of land, because most of them were such as this. There were half a doubles. This one you'll see is an interesting feature, these brick columns. Where mine is a duplex and both sides are still intact. This one neighbor moved away, and back in the late 80s when they thought they're going to leave us here and everything was finished, you know, whoever wanted to stay was going to be allowed to stay. And what they did is the government undertook a huge project and actually cut the half doubles directly in half, tore one half down. Behind these brick columns are steel beams, bolted down into footings, and are used to help support the other half of the house that is existing. Insulation was added, walls were rebuilt, siding added, and the brick was basically for aesthetic purposes, just instead of having just steel, you know, pillars. And you know, there's so many rumors start. A lot of people think that they are indeed chimneys for the purpose of venting the fumes from underground, dangerous carbon monoxide and what have you. Right on this corner here where that sign is, that was Connington's gas station. I mean, I could walk up and down the block and I could basically tell you, you know, all my neighbors, where everyone lived. I could tell you everything, where it was at, where the funeral parlor was at, where the bank was at, post office. I could show you every lot and name the people, you know. These were all homes in along here too. This was, you know, people's backyards at one time. And off in the distance, you can see between the trees another cemetery over there. That's basically where the whole mine fire started, over in that area, across 61. One branch moved in an easterly direction, another branch moved south on the closed portion of 61, and the other part just came west, and that's what's currently burning through this area.
That fire should have been put out, well, 2 weeks after it started. And it could have been done for $1,000 or so.
They could have just dug a simple trench, you know, in an area and removed the coal ahead of the fire, you know, in the area where it wasn't burning, and just cut off the fuel supply.
Many attempts have been made to extinguish the fire. All failed because they ran out of money for the most part.
A lot of people underestimated how hot it was and how quickly it was burning. They first tried to extinguish it with water, and they dumped massive quantities of water down that coal seam. They tried underground barriers using sand and fly ash. They tried digging a cutoff trench, but they were too slow getting it done. The fire was already past the trench by the time they dug it.
It was a situation where, you know, okay, where we spent the $20,000 that was allocated for this first project, and the fire is just a little bit ahead of this, but we got to stop because we ran out of money.
They were within days of putting out the fire. And because of the bureaucracy, they ran out of money. They had to open it up to bids. 3 months goes by, the fire spreads, and then they don't have a viable way to put it out after that. when you know it's within a couple of days of putting out and then you lose your town, skepticism is probably the weakest word I could use.
The dramatic time in Centralia was probably about 1983, when the Reagan administration was resisting dealing with the problem, and yet the fire at that time had broken through the barrier, which was expected to keep it out of the town. And as it broke through the barrier, really every month the fire developed, and it burned rapidly under the town, and the smoke would billow out from the town.
Catty corner from where I live, John Coddington operated a service station. He would have problems with gas escaping from his gas tanks. And it was discovered that the reason why the gas was escaping was because the heat of the fire was actually heating up the gasoline, causing it to expand and coming out the overflow.
The gas station apparently had been pumping gas at 130 degrees or something, an enormous fire hazard.
The fire was moving in kind of an east-west direction, and the highway was kind of a north-south highway. It was the main road through Centralia, and it cut directly across the path of the mine fire. You had tremendous amounts of steam coming out of the sides of the highway. And when that fog and the steam combined, I mean, if you drove into that, you literally did not know which way was up. It was a very dangerous situation.
Eventually, of course, the roadway became buckled, and you couldn't, it was impassable.
They did try a couple times to, pump fly ash or non-combustible material down there, but it just wasn't enough. And so eventually they just closed the highway and rerouted it.
Years ago, a lot of people did have, towards this area of town, did have carbon monoxide monitors in their homes.
They didn't have enough carbon monoxide meters for a period of time, so some of the people had to share them. And you never know when carbon monoxide is going to spike. So you could have it spike in your house and you don't have the meter to know. Some of my neighbors resorted to the old-fashioned having canaries in their houses to see if the canaries would die.
Generally, a carbon monoxide detector over time will tell you that you have an elevated level. And in the case in the Centralia area, those detectors were reading, they were off the scale. They were activated in moments after putting them in those houses. Those houses had such high level of carbon monoxide.
The night that my father collapsed, one of the things he said was like he was falling asleep in front of the TV, and he just thought he was tired. He collapsed and fell out of bed, and they went in and they couldn't wake him up.
They had to take him to the hospital. Could have died if nobody had happened to find him in time, and it was one of a number of scary incidents that had started placing additional pressure on government. The biggest and scariest incident of all involved a 12-year-old boy by the name of Todd Domboski.
I seen smoke, so I went over to see if it was the mine fire, and when I did, I just fell right through.
We were over at Coddington's gas station when Todd Domboski ran over to us. He was covered in mud and he was screaming, and he said, "Help, help, help, my grandmother's yard fell in."
Luckily for him, he had like an orange hunting hat on, and his cousin, from what I understand, crawled over on like almost on his belly like a snake, and saw the orange hunting hat and just reached in and grabbed him and pulled him out.
They administered oxygen. They rushed me to the hospital for some blood gas tests. I was just covered in mud from the intense heat. I had heavy pants, heavy shirt, a heavy coat. It was baked on. I mean, you couldn't go to a car wash and blast me off. It was just baked on.
If he did not hold on to those roots, he would have slid down a gangway or down the slope, which was about 300 feet in depth. And if I recall, the temperatures recorded were anywhere from 400 to 600 degrees at the bottom of the hole.
Todd Domboski's falling into the subsidence, it was such a shocking incident that government could no longer ignore the Centralia mine fire, problem. You know, a 12-year-old boy dropping out of sight into a subsidence that was filled with deadly gases. I mean, you can't get any more of a wake-up call than that.
I don't know how many times I heard it said that unfortunately somebody was going to have to die before the government would do something about this. And then somebody almost did die.
Emergency housing for 6 families moving into town. Red ribbons warning of the fuming fire in the mines below. State inspectors walking door to door to measure deadly fumes. Those were the sights that greeted Governor Thornburg when he came to Centralia. At the fire hall, hundreds of townspeople greeted him as well to learn of a first step towards solving their mine fire problem.
No one, whether for financial or personal reasons, will be forced to sell their properties or move out of their homes.
There was a conflict, I think, in people's minds about whether the right thing to do was to leave, and so people were asking money to leave, or whether the right thing to do was to solve the problem, and people were asking money to solve the problem.
There was a lot of tension, a lot of fighting between neighbors, friends, even family. You know, you had people that wanted to stay and people that wanted to move, and it caused quite a lot of problems.
George and Mary Ellen Lokitis hope to get a fair buyout for their home from the government. But with an air monitor in their living room, they have another reason to be happy about relocation being one step closer. That's the health of their children, and the Lokitises want to move.
Now we do. We just had a trip with the doctor with the young lad today. It's chronic bronchitis, upper respiratory infections.
Well, my grandfather, myself, and my parents were all adamant about staying. Unfortunately, my uncle and his family left. They moved to a neighboring town. That was kind of upsetting. You know, it would have been nice if everyone stayed. And they lived right over on the next block over here on Locust Avenue. I could basically walk out my back gate, walk over the alley, and walk right into their backyard. They were, you know, everyone was so close within distance. And I mean, obviously right there you can see 20 years later, not a problem. They were in the middle of that block. Their neighbors were deciding to leave. They were afraid of having, you know, empty houses beside them, you know, fire hazard and all the other problems that could arise from that kind of a situation. I guess they just thought it would be best for them to, you know, to leave. I wish they would have stayed, but it was, you know, for everyone to make up their own mind.
There was a small group of people who were very opposed to a general relocation. They wanted something simple done to stop the fire, and they did not want to leave. They would often say, "We don't want the town torn apart." But unfortunately, there weren't many options. There, you know, they could either, you know, relocate the people of Centralia, you know, or they could dig a big trench down the middle of Centralia, which is going to require doing the same thing anyway.
The people who wanted to move and wanted to move for the safety of their family were almost cast as the bad guys, the demons in the town, by these individuals who didn't want to move.
Oh, I got death threats. We became very vocal, and some of the people in town didn't like the fact that we were so vocal. We didn't want someone to die before action was taken on that fire. And the potential was there for someone to die. It was very definitely there.
We knew it was something that had to be done. We knew something had to change. I think there were about 1,100 people living there at the time. 500 families, I believe, was the figure. And it was getting worse every year. The fire was expanding, and there was no chance of getting the fire under control. So working with the state and the administration, we decided that what we'd try to do is buy the town.
They said it was an issue of money. All the studies they've done and the research, they figured it would be more cost efficient just to totally relocate all the people than to find a solution to put the fire out.
$42 million was the amount that Congress eventually appropriated, and that was considerably less than the trenching options. The complete trenching option would have been like $650 million, somewhere in that area. And some of the lesser trenches, they were still talking, you know, 100, 200 million, you know, somewhere in there. So they saved a lot of money by relocation.
For all those years, it was strictly voluntary. If you wished to move, you could. They would come in, put a valuation on your home, depending on square footage and all, measure it out. Real estate agents were brought in, and they'd take comparable values of houses around the similar towns, try and determine a value, and then they'd make you an offer, give you reasonable moving expenses and all.
But I'll tell you what, when you see some of the homes that some of the people moved out of Centralia, what they moved into, a hell of a lot better than what they had.
As people moved out, as people sold their houses to the government, the houses would be torn down.
As soon as so many properties are empty, they'll issue a contract and demolish everything. And they do it in such a way, I mean, there's no visible sign that anyone ever lived there. Everything is backfilled, refuse taken to a local landfill, and there's a very little sign that there was ever a home there.
Why do you think they do it that way?
I couldn't really say.
When they start knocking down some of the bigger town landmarks like the American Legion and things of that, it's I don't know, it's just like, okay, that's it. Now the town really is gone. It's gone, you know. There's no place to go back to.
Back in the 80s and all, when they were really tearing homes down, they'd wait till they got a group of 30. They'd basically wait till the whole block was empty. They'd get everybody out and they'd demolish, they'd level the whole entire block. But then as more and more single homes were left, they'd wait till they get a couple. But now I don't really know what's going to happen with this one. Yeah, he used to raise pigeons. That was his hobby. And he would actually, they were homing pigeons. And he would race them. He would send them away, and they would actually, him and a bunch of other members in his club would time them how long it would take them to get back. It was just neat in the summer to watch them. Just the formation, the way they would circle over the house, and they're very tame. They'd come back, and he had many trophies for doing that. He always appreciated, the fact that I kept the flag flying up there, because he used that as his judge of wind direction. So he'd, know if it would be a good flying day for the pigeons or not. Closest neighbor, I guess, now would be Carl Woomer, lives up in that house. Most generally, you wouldn't think of, you think of neighbors as being next door neighbors, but in Centralia, pretty much someone could be 5 blocks away and they're your neighbor now, It's not so much proximity, but I said, and everyone is still pretty close-knit. Everyone looks out for everybody, and
actually, I find it very hard, really, to give an accurate description of Centralia today. Well, you come up the road from Ashland, and you hit the top of town, and you see this vast expanse. Except off to the right, there's a house. In the middle of nowhere, there's a house. What used to be rows of homes is now fields with a home here and a home there, or a building here and a building there.
The first time I saw it, I was expecting more, I think. I got there and it's just open fields, open land with a couple of houses. I think maybe I expected to see a ghost town. What you see is no town. And until you compare that to the pictures, it's hard to realize what used to be there.
My grandmother's house was probably, her yard probably started somewhere right around in here. They had a big backyard. We had like I said, a shed, and that's where it all took place. It's amazing.
I think in 1962, in Memorial Day weekend, when the fire started, there were about 1,600 people in the town and approximately close to 700 or 800 buildings. And today there's about 10.
I heard about Centralia in about 1998 from a friend of mine. She said, I have to show you Centralia. You're not going to believe this. And when I saw it, she was absolutely right. It was something, even though I had heard about it, it made me feel very sad. It was the bitter absence of all life. It was just a town that used to be there and isn't anymore. It stayed with me. My feelings and my thoughts stayed with me all the way home. You know how you get something caught in your claw? This was caught, and I had to write about it. So I just sat down with the pad and I started to write my thoughts and my feelings.
It says it was written, submitted by Deanna M. Helm, and it's entitled A Town That Was. As a summer sun beats down, the ghastly heat rises up from the charred remains of a town that was, and a people who were. Gone is the vibrant community, beautiful neighborhood, scattered bricks, crumpled roads, bent pipes releasing toxic gases are left to inhabit this land today. Smoke pockets curl up to greet you, and the earth is hot to the touch, for the fire continues to rage in a coal vein out of control beneath the town that was. One wonders how it all began, when and how it will all end, and what became of the people who lived in the town that was. That's stuff that it looks badly, for the town and people, I mean, of course, that's only one poem, but like I said, when stuff is put out, in mass media of that nature, it really makes it's really a negative for the borough.
The last election was just a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how many voted, but there was only 11 people in town here anymore.
I don't believe there is a legal entity of Centralia at this time. I don't believe there are enough people there to be a borough. I don't believe they have the necessary public meetings. I don't believe they have elected officials, or at least not officials who were elected in an election certified by the Columbia County or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Actually, the unique thing about Centralia, we don't own anything any longer. Back in 1992 was another turning point, and that's when the program suddenly changed from voluntary to mandatory. The state took steps. They wanted to, after, like I said, they just spent, thousands of dollars to fix up these remaining homes. And then in 1992, there was a policy change, and they invoked the powers of eminent domain and condemnation, and they said that everyone would have to leave. The government owns everything in town, the buildings, the ground, everything. So the only thing basically I have is the clothes on my back and the furniture in the house. I've been living in that house since basically for the last decade in government-owned property. A lot of people call us squatters. Everything is, all the legal steps are in place where they could put us out anytime they wanted to, but they haven't forced the issue. I think it's basically because of the age of the people. It would be such bad press, to show, sheriffs coming in and removing, like, say, our 87-year-old mayor from his home.
I don't think the government knows what they want to do. I think they ain't gonna bother us at all.
Eventually, if they don't die out, they're gonna be forced out. I really believe that. And I hope they go kicking and screaming. I really do. The government promised them that they would not be forced out of their homes. Is what the government said. But I think, government is government, and government lies through its teeth. I don't trust government, and I have good reason not to, because for years government lied to us in Centralia. They lied to us.
I mow the 100 block of West Park Street. on the south side, and then I mow about 3 city blocks worth on the north side of West Park Street. I mow the western 200 block just about of South Locust Avenue, and that's about all. So it's a couple city blocks worth of lawns.
He does a great job up there, especially on the Legion grounds. He cuts all that grounds for us up
He
there.
cuts over there by where Moyer's house is.
Yeah. That's a lot of grass to cut up there, I told you.
See, that there, where the Legion was, that property run back to the school. That was a big property they had there in town.
Right across the street from the house here where I cut, the one lot was the American Legion building itself, of course, and then there was quite a large grassy plot, and then next to it, on the western side of it, was the former Hubert Eicher High School. It used to be the Centralia High School. All the other lots that I maintained were completely filled with houses and garages from one end of the alley to the other. Originally, the state used to take care of a lot of it, and they used to do the maintenance, and with budget cuts and whatever, they just didn't have enough money to continue to have people come out and contracts and maintain the lawns. So rather than see everything get overgrown, that's when I just kind of picked up where they left off.
See, you gotta figure, the mayor, you said 92? Okay, there ain't many young ones there.
You know, it's sad there's just no one really to take care of things anymore. So, and some of the older people I used to, they're no longer around. So I just, you know, try and help out, do whatever I can. "20 years ago, that entire section was empty. And I mean, it's amazing, you know, that's just people's desire. Even though they moved out of town, it's still their wish to be brought back here and be buried here in, you know, in their hometown. So they're still selling lots, and, you know, people are still coming back. It might not be nice to talk about, but it was always a joke with our undertaker that used to live in town here, and his mother lived there here in Centralia, and she'd probably still be here if she was alive. She had no desire to move, but when she passed on, he sold the home, and because he has his own business in Mount Carmel. And he always said, well, people might leave Centralia, but, you know, one day I'm going to bring them back. True to life, he does. This is where my grandparents, the house that I now live in, this is the monument that I designed for them. The rain kind of pummeled Easter flowers somewhat, but I put 3 most important things on it. What I felt: our home on the left side, and then an image of St. Ignatius Church in the center, and my grandfather's coal mine on the right. It's true to life the way it appears, with the church, you know, the house being down there and the church being up on the hillside, just as it was in town, and then the coal hole, what we call the coal hole, coal mine, being behind the church, which was right out that road. About a mile outside of town. It was the former Germantown colliery, and then my grandfather leased the ground in the 1960s, and he had his own coal mine there, known as the R&L Coal Company, being Ravinus and Lokitis, his other partner, who operated with him. And he ran that for about 10 years till he retired in 1969. And that's another reason I searched everywhere until I could find a granite black enough that would resemble anthracite coal as close as possible. See, there used to be another stone here that he had bought himself when my gram died back in 1981. And it was kind of plain like these other ones. And I always thought, well, you know, if anything ever happened to him, I was gonna, you know, put a special, you know, memorial up there, you know, to both of them. I want something unique and something that kind of, you know, told a story, and I hope I've achieved that. Put everything, you know, what was important to them, and, you know, tried to capture that. So I figured, in, you know, in case, you know, someday, I mean, none of us are going to live forever, you know. Someday Centralia may be, you know, completely gone from the face of the earth, but there will always be a record here of what used to be here, and at least in a little form. The house, which was important to not only her, but both of them, and then the coal company that was important to him.
Well, Centralia always has been about mining. That was the reason that people started coming there. There were mines beginning in about the late 1840s.
There aren't many regions in Pennsylvania which are so specific to a single commodity. Anthracite is all there is economically, historically in the region. The reason that anybody has settled there is anthracite. Before coal, it was wilderness.
Now you have to remember, mostly when it was a working mine, guys, no light bulbs. So they done all this work, guys, with very little light. Miner came in, crawl up the ladder, pull the boards out to load the car. And these old coal cars, no brakes. Best way to slow the car down is with one of these called a sprag. Very popular job with the young boys in the mine, especially the ones could run fast. They were called runners. When the car was going downhill, young boy would run along the car, sprag in each hand. He'd bounce at one time, and in the spoke of the wheel it went. That when the wheel went around, the sprag would hit and slow the car down. If his light goes out, then he's in trouble.
Workers suffered enormous risk. The number of ways to die in a coal mine are limitable. There are train wrecks, and there are explosions, and there's poisonous gas, and there's rocks falling from the ceiling, there's people falling, and there's explosive gases, and there's dynamite dangers, you know, being kicked by mules, being electrocuted. I calculated once that any given worker, if he worked a 40-year career, would have about 1 chance in 10 dying in the ground.
Just in Pennsylvania, over 200 years of mining, more men died than the Vietnam War. There was a death a day back in the heyday.
And what that did, I think, in Centralia and other towns in the anthracite region was to make them very tight-knit. I mean, people understood that they needed to help each other out because they never knew when the man of the house might be delivered dead back, you know, from a mine accident.
At its boom, the anthracite region was employing probably 100,000 men as active miners. But the potential supply of labor was enormous because this was the great deluge of immigration into the U.S.
We in America are immigrants, or the children of immigrants. We are one people, but a people welded from many nations and races. People who came to America during a vast migration from Europe to other parts of the world.
From about 1870 to about 1920, an immigration happened, which is called the Great Deluge, this great flood of immigrants. the standard pattern was for somebody to have contact with somebody in the old country. And so we'd have a chain migration where someone would settle in a town, someone would settle in Johnstown, and then they'd write back to Germany, and they would say things are pretty good in Johnstown. And so the universe which was known by these immigrants was a very small area, as one town.
I'm fifth generation Centralian. There are 5 generations of my family buried in St. Ignatius Cemetery. Now, that's a long time. My great-great-grandfather came to Centralia off the boat from Ireland in either 1854 or 1856. I mean, he lived there before Centralia was even a borough. You know, before Centralia was Ireland. It wasn't anywhere else in this country.
Back when in the very earliest beginnings of the town, it was just pretty much a highway passing through a dirt road. I believe it was Alexander Ray. He was more or less the founder of the town, if you will. He wanted to name it Centerville.
But there was already a Centerville in Pennsylvania, and so it's all for post office purposes. So he called it Centralia because it was the center of everything.
We've had that name ever since 1866 when the borough was incorporated. Over 125 years later, with everything that's taken place, someone in Harrisburg or Lancaster, one of the postal officials, decided since there were so few people here, they want to completely wipe Centralia off the map and just have us go under the next closest neighboring town, Ashland. We got letters in the mail stating that we could no longer use Centralia on any of our mail, and they were basically wiping out our identity. Naturally, that didn't set well with me or any of the other townspeople. I was at work in Harrisburg at the time, and I left early and I came home. I got all the media coverage I could. I had WNEP come down from Scranton-Wilkes-Barre. I remember that day, the lady delivering the mail from the post office, she was afraid to even come on the street. She would not drive the vehicle over when she saw, everything that was going on. And with all the publicity, the post office backed down quickly on that idea. And while they still did change our zip code, which in actuality was only one digit, the very last digit was changed, we were still allowed to keep the name of the town intact of Centralia. So I thought that was great. Well, it's just what, where it's always been home, and I couldn't imagine, changing it. It would be like calling Washington, D.C. something different after all these years. It's just, something you shouldn't try and change.
I'm always struck by how people in the Anthracite region see the landscape that they live in. And there's such a big disconnect between what I hear them talking about and what I, as an outsider, see when I drive through the area. And I see broken black rock in big sheets with no vegetation on it. And they see something else.
This is the nicest town in the state as far as I'm concerned. I worked in construction work, and I lived out of a suitcase for 28 years. But every weekend I could make it home. And Centralia would always look better than the place I left. All over this eastern part of the state we worked.
I don't even really give the fire a second thought. You're just living here so long, and it doesn't even bother me or faze me. Just kind of, basically, you just ignore it. You just live life as normal, and it's unusual, not owning your own home and everything, but you just kind of put it out of your mind.
What I miss is that when I go there to visit, I really have no hometown. It's kind of like a man without a country. I have no hometown to go back to. So there's no visiting old neighbors. There's no going to the local, restaurant to see, people or whatever. Really, the only time you get to run into old neighbors is Memorial Day weekend.
Again, our nation has assembled here to honor its heroic dead. 1,000 battles of land, sea, and air echo the glory of their valiant deeds.
You'll be surprised on the 30th of May, the people that come from all over. You see people you haven't seen. And I have friends I ain't seen in years. Some of them, they've been gone so long, I don't know if I'd known them if I seen them.
It's fun to see those people and reminisce with them, but there's really no place to reminisce. I mean, you can't say, oh, stop down at my mom's house or my dad's house. So you have to stand in the cemetery and talk to these people for a while. And then you say, oh, it's really sad what happened to town. And then you move on.
Claire. Hey, Claire. No, that's the way it goes. Yeah.
At one point, it was my hope that, maybe the state would finally, say, okay, you are here, we'll give you your property back. That's my hope. And maybe turn over the rest of the land of the borough. And then we could, start, selling off lots and rebuild the town. That's still, I don't know if it's ever going to happen, but that's my hope and dream. I would love to see the town rebuilt.
If they'd sell property here that people could build homes, there'd be homes going up in this town.
Unfortunately, the government is so against that. I mean, even though there's no real visible danger here, there's still, for some reason, they still want us out badly.
Clearly, there are still dangers in Centralia. You can see it where the fire's burning, where it's kind of moving through the town now and out the other end. There could be more subsidences. There could be more Todd Dabowski-like subsidences.
Do I think this could have happened to someone else? Absolutely. Absolutely. There was no downplaying it. I mean, it's a mindset. I mean, you can live in denial and think what you want to think, but the smoke is there. The danger is there.
And we see these people coming in and they're smelling the smoke coming out of the ground.
Stomping their foot to see if it's going to give way,
Yeah,
they're
you never
too
know.
damn dumb to realize if it does, they're going down.
Yeah.
The danger, of course, is that mountain is honeycombed with coal seams. And if that fire somehow finds its way into those other seams, it could continue burning for hundreds of years. And coal is porous. The gases seep through. And so the houses are on top of the coal, and those gases are seeping up through the ground and into the houses.
I hate to go as far as to call people liars, but I guess there's not much, not much else you can do sometimes. I just think they really highly overplayed that carbon monoxide issue. I mean, naturally, in the combustion of coal, it is a byproduct, but I don't believe it was coming into as many homes as they said it was. I can't envision that. And now, I mean, no one that lives here in Centralia now has any problems whatsoever with it.
What are some of your fondest memories as a kid in Centralia?
I'd have to say one of them would be Christmas time. The whole town back then used to be decorated. Locust Avenue from the southern end to the northern end, and Center Street. They had all Christmas decorations on the telephone poles, and And it was like, it would put you in mind of that movie, It's a Wonderful Life, with Jimmy Stewart. I mean, it was just that kind of atmosphere. It was awesome. This decoration, believe it or not, the garland actually I had from California. I ordered it in because it's commercial grade. It's half PVC and half Mylar, and it's not something you can buy in the stores around here. So I just that was again one of the old Centralia Borough Christmas decorations that used to hang throughout the town, and I bought several of them years ago and refurbished them, put new wiring on and new garland, and this one I just did this year. I think it came out pretty decent. Years ago when I was a kid, one of those candles used to hang on the main telephone pole out there in the intersection, and they went through pretty much most of the town. And then these trees, they were at the 4 entrances to town, so they had quite a wide variety of decorations. And then like that lantern on the far pole, that hung downtown on Center Street. We're talking back in the 1970s, when the town was still full. These are the 2 trees on the opposite poles, like I said, that I completely rewired for this Christmas season. Of course, like with time and age, the wiring goes bad and lights and things don't work as good as they used to. So I had to strip all the garland off completely, take everything apart just down to the bare frame. Then I put brand new electrical wiring on it. I ordered from a regular company that deals specifically in municipal Christmas decorations, and got the outdoor grade wiring. There's exactly 50 bulbs on it, and they're the larger C9 outdoor bulbs. Put that all together, then reattach the garland to it, and that was quite a few hours involved in it, but I think they came out pretty decent. There's probably over 2,500 lights combined on all the trees total. A couple hundred feet worth of extension cord. So it takes a lot to run it and all, but it looks good at nighttime. A lot of people that formerly lived here, they come and they admire it. And if I happen to meet someone, in a neighboring town in the grocery store or whatever, and they'll compliment on it, and it makes you feel good, and they're happy to see things still, traditions carried on.
Anthracite coal reached its peak of production probably in the early 1920s, and it was still pretty strong after that. But when the Depression came, things started going downhill.
At about that same time, bituminous became competitive in the eastern cities because of transportation. Very shortly after that, petroleum became important. And petroleum is extremely important because it's so much better as a domestic fuel.
Well, the coal region just dried up. That was it, the whole area. Not only here, up around Scranton, the whole works. It all went bad. You couldn't buy a job. So everybody was heading all over.
When I went up to Centralia the first time, I went to Mount Carmel, and it's a small town, and there were 180 buildings for sale.
The populations of the towns shrank as well, but the populations shrank much, much more slowly than did the employment and did the economics.
Well, obviously, the mining jobs largely disappeared. Mines closed down. People had to find work elsewhere. It just wasn't a situation where, sons followed fathers into the mines because the mines weren't operating anymore.
At one time, I did hope to work resources and go into mine inspecting and do something in that field. I went to college up in Bloomsburg for geography and environmental planning. It was just so tough to get in the department. There are just not many openings, and from what I'm being told, the regulations are becoming more stringent, and it's driving a lot of the mine operators out of business. So there's less and less need for inspectors. And I said, maybe it's a good thing things didn't take that route.
I was driving to the airport one day and to catch a very early flight, and so I found myself driving down the river at like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I came to the little town of Dauphin, and the town of Dauphin is where the road from the coal region comes down to go to Harrisburg, and all of a sudden it shifted from an occasional truck to commuting, and the commuting are people who are driving, again, 70 miles from the coal region to work at 3 Mile Island, to work at the Army Depot, to work for the government in Harrisburg, and that's an enormous investment in a place. I mean, it's a daily investment of a number of hours so that they can be in a place.
My day starts usually about 4:30 in the morning. I get up and prepare to travel down to my job in Harrisburg at the state police. I'm an accounting assistant in the firearms unit. Usually I'm leaving town about 5:45 in the morning. I'll stop up at the cemetery and open the gates before I leave and head down Interstate 81 down to Harrisburg. Depending on traffic and weather conditions, if everything goes smoothly, it's generally about an hour drive one way, 60 miles in one direction. I've been down there 10 years now, going back and forth, so I've logged a lot of miles. Basically, any given day, I think about my neighbors. I miss them greatly. They were a big part of my life growing up. Yeah, I can remember everybody just waiting for me to get back home, so I made sure that I was safe, and it was nice. Like people looked out for you and worried about you, and it's kind of different now. Coming home and there's, like I said, on the block, and there's no one here any longer. It's so different. I don't know how to describe it, but a lot of people say, well, why don't you move to Harrisburg now that mostly everyone's gone? But still, like I said, regardless of how empty it is, it's still home. I still have my attachments here, and I can't imagine living anywhere else. I don't think I'd be happy. I usually get back generally after 4 o'clock in the afternoon to town and have my supper and hang out at the house. And then depending on what time of the year it is, there's either, more work to do or less.
People in the anthracite region have always had lots of reasons to leave. There've always been lots of reasons not to be there. Every town has a declining housing stock. Every town is being depopulated, and every town has fewer good jobs than people want. And in every town, people have been able to say, yes, but I want to stay here. And in Centralia, there's just one more problem. And the problem is the fire, but the fire gets in line with all the other problems that people have had, all the other reasons that people have had to leave, and people have been able to overcome those reasons because of the extraordinary draw of the place, because of the extraordinary fondness of a community that they have created.
Well, the elderly people, I think, remain because it's their home. And they just don't want to leave their home. I mean, they have a lot invested in their home. This is where their memories are. Why someone who's younger stays, that's really an individual question. That would be hard for me to answer. I know if I was in that situation, I would not be there.
Oh, I think there's a certain spirit of being able to tough it out, of being able to stay where others can't. The anthracite mining is historically a very tough business. Miners do a job that others wouldn't want to do, and they wouldn't do anything else. They're proud of what it takes to do a job so difficult, and they're proud of that toughness. They're proud of their independence, and I think they see it as some of them see it as a badge of courage. And they don't see a need to leave.
Anyone that has adamantly defied the unfortunate circumstances that happened in 1980 and will still be here if they're allowed in 2010, got to admire that. You really do. You don't have to agree with it, but you got to admire that fortitude.
You know, I always told my grandfather, I said, I'm satisfied to stay here for the rest of my life, and that's why, you know, he entrusted the house to me. We did do a deed up in the Bloomsburg courthouse, although they told me it wasn't really official since everything was condemned prior to that, but at least we, you know, we have that document on file anyway.
I guess home was just important if the rest of the world was as nasty as it was when people moved to this place in 1870 and 1900. If the rest of the world was a company trying to wring every nickel out of you, and the rest of the world was a 12-hour job in a dark, dangerous mine, or the rest of the world was a 14-year-old boy picking slate, that people developed a place that was safe. And people invested heavily in that. And people developed mechanisms to protect themselves against the risks of the world. And in a real sense, those mechanisms continue to protect them, but they protect them against leaving. They protect them against going, perhaps when it would be adaptive to go.
These portraits on the wall are of my great-grandparents, George and Julia Lokitis, who actually used to live only a block away from me. And these were their wedding photos from 1910. Fortunately, this is one of the houses that does have indoor plumbing. My great-grandparents, that was over a block away. The only plumbing in the house was the kitchen sink. They still had the old outhouse. I can remember using that as a kid. So I mean, that's just how old some of these houses were. Even when my grandfather quit smoking when he got older, we always, you know, he never put it away, he just kept it there. So I just kind of left it there. That's pretty much the houses that has remained, you know, unchanged all these years. It's just pretty much the way it was when I was a kid. It's, you know, I'm 34 now, and things are, you know, just about the same as I can remember growing up. That's my grandmother. This is a meat slicer, and like I said, you can still see that in the picture. The original clothes dryer. I guess she was probably sitting in that chair. That's why I said things have pretty much remained unchanged, you know, all these years. It's home. I don't think I'd be happy living anywhere else. You know, this is where I've always, I mean, even when, you know, I lived up with my parents up on East Park Street, you know, this was still more like home. It's, you know, it was always the one constant in my life.
We all watch Gone with the Wind, and we all applaud when Scarlett O'Hara says, "It's the land." Well, why would we think these people would be any different? It's not the way it looks. It's the memories that are associated with it. It's the history.
Pennsylvania's mineral riches built this country. The first cannons from the Revolutionary War came from iron ore and limestone in Pennsylvania's mines. We built the railroads. We built the barbed wire that tamed the West. We rebuilt Europe after 2 world wars. And then industry and the rest of the country sort of moved on and left us with this mess. And it's Centralia is one part of that tragedy.
We know how to start towns. We know how to build a town and lay a town out. And we know something about what to do as towns decline, but we really don't know how to sort of close them up. We don't know what the end of a town is. We can look at boom towns, a lumber town or an oil town or a gold town in the West, which grew up and had just a couple of years of business, and people left, and the town was gone, and the town's collapsed. But these aren't boom towns. These are towns which have had families and old folks and young folks and schools and churches in it. We don't know how to close them. We don't know when a town is over, and we don't know what to do. They just sort of linger.
I would not want to live in Centralia, now. I mean, I want a community with people in it. There's no people left there. I look at my own, neighborhood here, and would I want to live here if 90% or more of the houses were torn down and the people moved somewhere else? No.
In my viewpoint, it's not a community. Centralia, in my viewpoint, is gone. It doesn't exist anymore.
It was my home for so long. It still is my home, in a way, even though there's nothing there to call home, except my future home in St. Iggy's. But it is a very sad thing. It's a very sad experience driving through there. When you think of what used to be, and you think of why it is as it is, and you realize the futility of it all. But you can't resurrect the past. You put your foot forward and march. It's the only thing you can do.
As the summer sun beats down, the ghastly heat rises up from the charred remains of a town that was, and a people who were. Gone is the vibrant community, the beautiful neighborhood, scattered bricks, crumpled roads, bent pipes releasing toxic gases are left to inhabit this land today. Smoke pockets curl up to greet you, and the earth is hot to the touch, for the fire continues to rage in a coal vein out of control beneath the town that was. One wonders how it all began, when and how it will all end, and what became of the people who lived in the town that was.
was one of the most feared places on Earth. A colony of the damned. The final judgment site for tens of thousands of criminals. It was so harsh, it broke the spirit of even the toughest convict. Here was a land of no escape. A hell on earth. A notorious prison colony known to the world as Devil's Island. On the northern coast of South America lies the colony of French Guiana. A quiet backwater, this small French outpost has been nearly forgotten by the rest of the world. Today, it's home to over 100,000 people who, thanks to massive subsidies, have the highest standard of living on the continent. But lurking behind the colorful exteriors lies a dark past. Until the middle of the 20th century, this country existed mainly as a giant prison. Most people knew it as Devil's Island. From 1852 to 1947, men were sent here in chains. All were condemned to serve harsh sentences. Some faced the ultimate punishment. Over 70,000 convicts were eventually banished to the prison colony of French Guiana.
It was really a living hell, especially when you realize that out of 70,000 men, 3/4 died here from disease, from hunger, from mistreatment. And one can't deny that some men were sent to the prison camp even though they were innocent. And many of them were savagely beaten, tied to a bench and whipped. I hope that God reserves them a place in heaven.
Devil's Island itself was the infamous home of France's most feared political prisoners. But what the world thought was just an island was actually a vast system of cruel prisons spread throughout French Guiana. The largest camp was on the mainland in the prison city of Saint-Laurent. This was where the convicts first arrived and where the majority of them served their sentences. Many tried to escape. Some died at sea. Others perished in the savage jungle. Most were caught. And less than 5,000 actually lived to see the day of their release. The once formidable prison is today an abandoned ruin. Its cells deserted. But some of its long-gone inmates have become legendary. One of them was Henri Charrière. He was better known by his nickname, the French word for butterfly, Papillon.
Society had no intentions of helping me, of bothering to find out if I was worth salvaging. The world had cast me beyond the reach of hope, into a hole like this, where they had only one thing on their minds: to kill me off, no matter what. Henri Papillon Charrière.
Papillon was convicted of murder in 1932, but he always claimed he was innocent. Determined to escape, he made his first attempt in an open boat, sailing 1,800 miles to Venezuela. But he was ultimately captured by the Venezuelan police and sent back to French Guiana. The prison authorities had little patience for Papillon and he was condemned to 2 years in solitary confinement. It was a sentence that almost killed him. One of the most remarkable convicts ever sent to the prison colony was René Belbenois. Belbenois had served with distinction in the French army, but after World War I, desperate for cash, he committed a series of small burglaries. He was arrested at age 22 and sentenced to 8 years of hard labor in French Guiana.
Any other civilized nation would have given us a chance to remake our lives instead of sending us to death. Some of us committed the first felony in an excess of folly, and we are in no sense criminals. Now we are locked up like animals in close quarters with assassins and thieves. We are men who have energy and self-respect, and the confinement goes hard with our temperament. René Belbenois.
Just weeks after he arrived, Belbenois attempted his first escape, but he was ultimately caught in Dutch Guiana and returned to the French authorities. Captured escapees often spent 6 months in the much-feared blockhouse as they awaited trial before a special maritime tribunal. The blockhouse was a place of exceptional cruelty. Each night, the prisoner's legs would be shackled to a long iron rod. Scratched on the walls, graffiti still counts off the endless days of waiting.
Some of the men were walking skeletons. Breathing the hot, tainted air makes them anemic. They suffer from cholera, hookworm, and malaria. Many of them will be dead when the day of their trial arrives. René Belbenois.
But despite his confinement, the daring Belbenois was soon planning his next escape. How did such a diabolical place come to be? Ironically, early in its history, French Guiana held promise. It's thought that Christopher Columbus noticed the coastline on one of his voyages to the New World. But it wasn't until the early 17th century that the region was first claimed by French explorers. Soon there were rumors of a giant city in the interior made of gold called El Dorado. In 1763, an official call went out to find settlers for this supposed paradise. Entire French villages emptied of their inhabitants as they departed for a new life across the Atlantic. But catastrophe quickly struck the ill-prepared colonists. Tropical diseases began to decimate the population. Within the first year, over 12,000 settlers had died. Those who survived fled to 3 offshore islands.
They dubbed it the Islands of Salvation because the death rate dropped very, very quickly. They were able to find a way back to Europe, and after they came back to Europe, it was confirmed that this was not the land of El Dorado, but this was the land of pestilence, and this was a land of disease. This was a colony of the damned.
Over the next 80 years, others would try to settle this inhospitable country, but all efforts failed. In 1852, Emperor Louis Napoleon III devised a plan to settle French Guiana, and at the same time combat a severe crime problem at home. His idea was to send France's criminals to the distant South American possession. Regulations were established for this new prison colony, including the concept of doublage. Doublage required a convict who had finished serving his sentence to remain in French Guiana for an equal period of time. The first convicts were sent in 1852, and it wasn't long before female convicts were sent as well. Over 1,000 women were transported to the prison camp.
They were watched over by the nuns of St. Joseph Convent of Saint Laurent, learned to keep house, learned to sew. The convict who wanted to marry and received permission from the penitentiary administration would go to look for a wife at the convent.
But the plan to encourage convict marriages to populate the colony was doomed from the start.
The main reason that women were sent to the prison colony was because they were condemned for infanticide, killing their own babies. It seems like a paradox, because they were sent to Guyana to bear children.
The government scheme to populate French Guiana with the offspring of convicts was failing.
They began to think that if you married female convicts to male convicts, the children could only turn out to be damaged. So the authorities stopped worrying about colonization. They now worried only about emptying France of its convicts and installing them in Guyana.
The authorities ended the transport of women in 1903. But by then, this ill-conceived plan to rid France of criminals and use them to populate one of her colonies had turned into a folly of monumental proportions. And it would take almost a half-century for it to be stopped. French justice was harsh and often pitiless. A convict's journey through the depths of hell began the day he was sentenced to servitude in Guyana. Prisoners from jails all over France were transferred to the town of Saint-Martin on the northern French coast. Twice a year, a column of condemned souls would march from Saint-Martin's prison to the pier. Specially trained Senegalese troops in combat uniforms and with fixed bayonets guarded the convicts as they walked through the town. Since these were men with little to lose, French authorities feared a mass insurrection. Most went peacefully. Others did not.
The column moved slowly forward. Policemen held back the curious who had gathered to watch our departure. I looked up, and there was my wife, Nanette. I never saw her again. Neither prisoners, guards, nor public broke in on this poignant moment. Everyone understood that these men were leaving normal life behind forever. Henri Papillon Charrière.
The prisoners clambered aboard a transatlantic steamer called the Martinière. Like cattle, the men were forced into the hull of the ship. Once inside the holding cells, only a few hammocks were issued. Those without were forced to sleep on the steel floor, which was often covered in human excrement.
There was always a tremendous fear by the prison guards that there would be an insurrection aboard the ship. Anytime an insurrection was about to foment, guards opened up steam hoses inside the cages, and that quieted the prisoners down very, very quickly.
For half an hour each day, the prisoners were allowed out of their cages for fresh air. They had been stripped of all personal possessions and wore only prison uniforms. But they did have a secret way to hide valuables. And jewels were kept in small hollow tubes called plans.
This is the famous plan. The metal tube opened up in the middle. Everything valuable that the prisoner owned was inside there. They could even keep small tools to saw metal bars with. And in order to hide it, they would use the plan like a suppository, pushing it up into their lower intestine.
Without having a place to keep one's valuables, it would either be confiscated by the prison guards or else it would be stolen by the other prisoners. And prisoners would sometimes be murdered for the contents of their plans.
After a journey of 20 torturous days across the Atlantic, the convict ship arrived at the mouth of the Moroni River, entrance point to the prison colony of French Guiana.
We steamed slowly along the bank towards Saint-Laurent. We all flocked to the portholes of the cage. There were exclamations of many kinds. Look! Look over there! Monkeys! Look! The parrot flying! As I gazed out at the green jungle, its immensity frightened me, for I knew through it I'd have to take my chance to escape. René Belbenoit.
The Martiniere pulled into the dock at Saint-Laurent. Many of the town's residents were there to get a glimpse of the new arrivals. It was the only amusement in this bizarre town on the edge of the rainforest. After the material cargo had been removed from the ship, the human cargo of convicts was marched toward the prison. In French slang, it was known as le bonnier.
There was a huge gate. Over the opening, I read in large letters, Camp de la Transportation. It's the bagne, the man behind me murmured in a voice that was robbed of all hope. So this is where I live, until I die.
The newly arrived convicts were assembled in the prison's large central courtyard. The commandant of the penitentiary made his traditional welcoming speech. You have been brought to the prison colony of French Guiana, he said, to serve sentences for crimes committed against France. Behave yourselves, and it will be possible to serve your term without suffering unduly. First escape attempt, add 2 years to your sentence. Second attempt, add 5 more. But escape is impossible. There are 2 constantly watching guardians at this prison, the jungle and the sea.
A few days later, our names were entered on the roll. Belbenoit, René, 46635. The figures burned like a brand in my mind. I was the 46,635th condemned man who had arrived in Guyana since 1852.
But despite the unimaginable misery and hardship to come, the Bagné could not break Belbenoit's spirit. He kept dreaming of what only few men had done before him: escape from Devil's Island. René Belbenoit's second escape attempt was not successful either. He and his companions were shipwrecked on the coast of Dutch Guiana. Hungry, desperate, and without any provisions, they killed one of their group and grilled his body parts over an open fire. Belbenoit declined to eat the flesh. Local Indians eventually turned the escaped convicts over to the Dutch police. The Special Military Tribunal sentenced Belbenoit to the punishment cell, this time for half a year. Belbenoit's cell was just large enough to fit a wooden bed. At its foot, the so-called Bar of Justice. The city of Saint Laurent, where Belbenoit was kept, existed solely as a prison city. Each morning, the convicts would leave the compound and go to work in town. Prisoners kept the streets eerily spotless, the little houses freshly painted. Convict labor helped make Saint Laurent live up to its nickname, Little Paris.
They raised animals and farmed, built roads and houses, all different chores. Then, after 17 or 18 hours of work, they returned to the main entrance of the prison and were searched for weapons.
At night, they were locked up in barracks that held up to 60 men. The guards rarely ventured into this world. It was a place of alcoholism, rape, violence, and fear. The men were classified by the administration into several categories.
The classification of prisoners started out with what the French called transportés. That would be the equivalent of felons. They were sentenced to French Guiana for a determined period of time or for life. A second classification of prisoners were called relégués. Relégués were petty offenders, prisoners who had been sentenced for bicycle theft, for stealing food.
Such was the case with my father. He was caught red-handed on the highway stealing potatoes and had to pay with the last 15 years of his life spent in the prison camp. A convict sentenced to life in prison does not want to have anything to do with a relégué like my father. A relégué was considered garbage. He's a thief who will die a thief.
Once a prisoner finished his sentence, he was considered a libéré, a freed person. But in reality, he was only free to live in French Guiana and struggle each day to stay alive. In the capital city of Cayenne, a libéré band played for meager tips in a cafe.
If you are a citizen of Guyana that owns a small business, you can have, for a modest fee to the penitentiary administration, convicts to work for you. You're not going to hire a libéré who will cost you more, who has already done his 10 or 15 years of forced labor and is worn out.
The last category of prisoners were the incos, or the incorrigibles. These were men with unbroken wills, men who rebelled against their captors. But once labeled incorrigible, a prisoner was destined to a fate that was very likely to kill him. He would be sent to the much-feared jungle camps.
Men accustomed to city life in the temperate zone were put to work chopping down huge trees in the heart of the tropics. Half would quickly break and die. To the administration, the men are things to be disposed of. René Belbenoit.
Disease would eat away at the prisoners. Malaria, typhus, and yellow fever quickly drained the population. At night, the men were locked in cage-like cells deep in the forest. Here, they were in constant fear of predators. Venomous spiders, deadly snakes, poisonous centipedes, and vampire bats that sucked the blood of sleeping convicts. Although many tried to escape, very few succeeded. And a recaptured convict might have a fate even worse than the jungle camps. The Islands of Salvation. A cluster of 3 islands, 9 miles off the coast of French Guiana, this was the final home to hundreds of the most hardened prisoners. Royale, the biggest island, housed the Island Prisons Administration and also held over 400 convicts. Here, life was an endless repetition.
The bell that strikes at dawn to awaken the sleeping man is the one that strikes at dusk, recalling us to ourselves. The sound of the bell punctuates our routines. We live by its tolling. Another day, no different from any other. This is prison life. Francis Lagrange.
Francis Lagrange, who was sentenced to life imprisonment, claimed to be one of the great art forgers and counterfeiters of modern times. Though he was known to be a compulsive liar, one fact is indisputable. He was a talented painter. Following time spent in solitary confinement, Lagrange began to paint religious scenes on the walls of the chapel on Royale. But alone in his cell, he also created a series of vivid images of life in the prison colony.
I think it really accurately portrays not only just the physical environment, but the agony of many of the prisoners. Take a look at the prisoner with the double leg irons. There he is in solitary confinement with a stub of a cigarette from his mouth. Or think about the prisoners attached, fighting with knives, probably over a homosexual lover's quarrel. He was telling the world the penal colony was rotten. The penal colony was inhuman. It was a way that the French government had decided to just get rid of people without thinking about the future or the past.
Across a narrow strait from Royale is St. Joseph Island. Today, there is nothing but ruins, overgrown by vegetation. But half a century ago, this was home to the reclusion, or solitary confinement cells. Rebellious convicts and captured escapees were sent to this maximum security prison. Damp and moldy cells were only 9 feet by 12. The grilled ceiling allowed guards to watch the prisoners from an overhead catwalk. To make their punishment even more cruel, the men were sometimes forced to remain standing for 12 hours a day.
If you lifted up your head to look at a guard, you felt like a leopard in a pit, being watched by the hunter who had just caught you. It took me months to get used to that awful sensation. The men who planned this place must have been loathsome monsters. Henri Papillon-Charrière.
St. Joseph was known as the Island of Silence. The prisoners were absolutely forbidden to talk. Food served once a day in a small bucket supplied only a minimum of nourishment. It was here men came to die a slow death. And yet some, like the legendary Paul Roussinck, endured this cruelty for unimaginable periods.
He was brought into the cells in St. Joseph's, and at the end of his first 30 days of imprisonment, he spat on the guards, so they added another 30 days. He threw his bucket on the guards, added another 90 days, insulted the guards, added another 30 days, and he spent 11 years in the solitary confinement cells in St. Joseph's, half of his 11 years in the black pit dark hole cell, which was completely cut off. It was just total darkness. His name got as far as the newspapers of France, and Roussinck became a symbol for the rebellion of the prisoners sent to the colony.
There's a small cemetery on St. Joseph. It was for the unfortunate families of the guards. Children who died of fever. Wives who died in childbirth. But there was no cemetery for the prisoners. When a convict died, the body was rowed out to a point between Royale and St. Joseph Islands and unceremoniously dumped into the sea. Almost instantly, sharks, long accustomed to the taste of human flesh, devoured the corpse. Eventually, the sharks themselves were caught and fed to the prisoners, completing a gruesome food chain. The final island that made up this nightmare prison colony was Devil's Island. It acquired its ominous name when the local Amerindians found it inaccessible because of treacherous currents. That made the island ideal for isolating some of France's most feared political prisoners. Fewer than 50 men were ever imprisoned on Devil's Island.
The island is only about 1,200 yards in circumference, and one can almost circle it while smoking a cigarette. It looks like a paradise, all covered with palms. But in reality, it is an island hell, where many poor souls suffer eternally in torment. René Belbenoit.
The most famous prisoner on Devil's Island was Captain Alfred Dreyfus. He was one of the first Jewish officers in the French army. Anti-Semitism in the upper ranks was probably a strong factor in his arrest on charges of treason in 1894. A wave of hysteria swept across France. Dreyfus was vilified in the press, caricatured as a traitorous monster. He was soon tried and convicted of treason, based mainly on the evidence of anonymous documents. He was then publicly humiliated, stripped of his rank, and sentenced to life imprisonment on Devil's Island. Alone on the island, except for a contingent of guards, Dreyfus was kept in a stone hut on the edge of the sea.
He thought that he might never return. He might never see his family again, his wife, his children. He suffered the greatest harm that a military man could suffer. He was accused of betraying his country.
In the first year and a half of his confinement, Dreyfus was permitted to take walks around the island, to receive books and letters, and to occasionally speak to the guards. But the prison administration became obsessed with irrational fears that Dreyfus might somehow escape. His conditions were changed radically. A solitary confinement cell was built just for him. Outside, a machine gun was mounted for added security.
This was an excessive type of punishment. Here is one prisoner alone on an island where escape is virtually impossible, and yet not only is he put in a cell, but he's guarded, shackled, and constantly watched.
Here is Madame Dreyfus and her brother-in-law, Mathieu, followed by Émile Zola himself, the only movie ever made of the great French writer.
In 1897, spurred on by Dreyfus's wife and family, Émile Zola published his famous article, J'accuse, in which he charged the French military with condemning an innocent man. The case now commanded worldwide attention and caused an enormous uproar.
Si Dreyfus avait été enfermé,
I think if Dreyfus had been locked up on an island somewhere in France, people's imaginations wouldn't have worked quite the same way. If you're convinced, like Zola, that Dreyfus was innocent, that this innocent person was on Devil's Island, meaning in hell, it would strike your imagination very hard.
Les imaginations.
Confined to his hut, his mail heavily censored, Dreyfus had no knowledge of the storm his case had created. He passed his days solving complex mathematical problems. But the long nights were more difficult. He would write, "I was shackled in an unchangeable position to my bed. The shackles, which were very tight, lacerated my ankles. The torture was hardly bearable during those tropical nights." On the northern tip of Devil's Island is a bench made of stone. It is said that in the days before he was confined to his hut, Captain Dreyfus would sit here for hours and stare out in the direction of France.
I was invited to visit on the 100th anniversary of my grandfather's arrival on Devil's Island, and I was very moved, of course, to see the places where he had spent so much time, where he had suffered so much, and looking at these bars and these walls and seeing that my grandfather had spent so many days looking at the same wall, not knowing when he would ever return to his family. So it was difficult for me to fully realize what went through his mind when he was there.
In 1899, a new trial was granted, and after 4 years on Devil's Island, Dreyfus returned to France. Although he was again convicted by a military jury, the government yielded to international pressure and pardoned him. Dreyfus was reunited with his family. Finally, in 1906, the French High Court of Justice cleared him of all charges. He was reinstated into the army, and in a moving ceremony, Captain Dreyfus received France's highest military award, the Legion of Honor. Thanks to his wife and millions of supporters, Alfred Dreyfus had escaped the horror of Devil's Island. In French Guiana, there was only one thing worse than imprisonment on the islands of Salvation: the guillotine. Nicknamed the Merry Widow, the guillotine was assembled often in Saint Laurent. Killing a guard or a civilian was almost always followed by a death sentence. The condemned man's fellow convicts were forced to witness the execution. Prisoner volunteers acted as executioners, and they were often the most despised men in the colony.
Henri Clausio was hated by the prisoners. When he walked a condemned man to the guillotine, he mistreated him. Clausio hit him with his fists, swore at him, called him a good-for-nothing. But Clausio met a sad end. He was murdered by some liberates. They tied him to a tree where there was a nest of ants and covered him with honey. Then they let him die a slow death, burned by the sun and devoured by the ants.
To some men, being sent to the prison colony was a fate worse than death. A few survived the ordeal, only to come out broken and irredeemable. But there were those whose spirits could not be easily broken. For them, the only way ever to be truly free was to escape. More than 3/4 of the prisoners in French Guiana would attempt escape. There were only a few ways to do this, all dangerous.
Escape through the jungle? Almost an impossibility. The convicts become prey to it and perish. Escape by way of Dutch Guiana must have been hunted down and sent back to Saint Laurent. But there is the great and magnificent way of the sea, and this is the most dangerous of all. René Belbenoit.
René Belbenoit's third escape attempt in 1934 was finally a success. Traveling by land and sea, he carried with him 13 years' accumulation of journals and sketches about life in the prison colony. Eventually, Belbenoit made it to Panama and befriended the natives.
The Indians were shocked to find that an escaping prisoner would have all these papers on him, completely useless things to carry around, while if you had a sea turtle, you put that in your back and you'd have enough to eat for 3 days. But here is a man escaping from the middle of the jungle with 30 pounds of manuscript and original artwork from the penal colony.
He was determined to tell the world about Devil's Island. Belbenoit's dream seemed finally to be realized when he reached New York in 1936. 2 years later, his manuscript entitled Dry Guillotine was published. The French government was deeply embarrassed by Belbenoit's story and demanded his extradition. He was forced to flee to Mexico, but returned to the U.S. when World War II erupted. In Hollywood, Belbenoit became a technical consultant on several movies about Devil's Island, like Passage to Marseille, which starred Humphrey Bogart.
The courageous saga of a band of heroic outcasts, sworn to come back to fight for the land that had disowned them.
Why should we help you escape? I leave that to your conscience.
In 1956, Belbenoit was granted U.S. citizenship by a special act of Congress. His escape from Devil's Island had led him straight to the American dream. Henri Charrière claimed to have made 8 escape attempts. He finally succeeded in 1944, floating off Devil's Island on a raft made of coconuts. Charrière became a citizen of Venezuela and published his book Papillon in 1968. It became an international bestseller, translated into 35 languages. Later, a hit movie appeared, starring Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman. But whether Papillon's accounts are true or not remains a matter of debate.
The truth about Papillon, about his book, is that it's a fine piece of work. There is a part of it that really did happen to him. It's been documented. But he embellished the story with the adventures of his cellmates and the convicts he met there.
However Charrière came by his story, his prison colony experience led him to become a very wealthy man. On November 22, 1938, the Martinière left France with 600 convicts. It was the last convoy ever to French Guiana. World War II brought German occupation and misery to France. As the war raged in Europe, U.S. troops entered French Guiana to prevent it from becoming a Nazi beachhead. And though cut off from the world, the prison system continued to operate. The French had known for years that the colony was a failure. And after the war, a plan was developed to shut down the prison. By By 1947, the last of the convicts was freed. Most returned to France.
Ils avaient de très grandes difficultés personnelles. They had a lot of trouble reintegrating into modern society because these men had acquired habits that were incompatible with the French way of life. Many of them ended up in institutions and asylums. They ended their days being taken care of by society.
Paul Roussank, the man who spent 11 years in a dark, solitary cell, could not adjust to freedom.
He told people that he no longer felt like himself. In fact, in 1949, he ended his life by throwing himself in the Doubs River. His mind was still in prison.
300 ex-convicts chose to stay in French Guiana. They had been away from France for so long that this was now their home. By 1965, less than 100 of them were still alive. That year, Dr. Roger Pradino was assigned to the hospital in Saint Laurent. His home movies of the ex-convicts are some of the last remaining images of these condemned souls.
The spirit of the old prisoners varied. There were some who were jokesters, and there were others who were raconteurs, telling stories about their lives. But others were much more discreet about themselves and didn't speak much. I remember one man who was always staring into space, and from time to time, he cried, tears running down his face. And you could see that this was someone who had been deeply traumatized, someone who had certainly suffered a lot, but didn't talk about it.
French Guiana today looks upward to the heavens for its salvation.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, feu.
The European Space Agency launches Ariane rockets from a site across from the Islands of Salvation. Luxury cruise ships now make stopovers at Royal. Where there were once grotesque cells of despair, there are now tourists strolling leisurely through the ruins. And a restaurant now caters to customers who can enjoy a picturesque view of Devil's Island. The colony of the damned is now a country looking toward the future.
If the Bagne I knew no longer exists, it most certainly exists elsewhere. The injustices and atrocities I saw are being duplicated at this very moment in prisons everywhere. It is important to understand this because a prison is a prison, whether it is located in Saint Laurent or in Paris, on Devil's Island, or any place else in the world.
Tales of children living and Surviving in the wild fascinated us for centuries. From Romulus and Remus, the mythical twins raised by a she-wolf, to the legendary Tarzan of the Apes. Each of these wilderness children has reportedly learned the ways of the jungle, the language of their adopted family, and survived for years away from all human contact. But are these stories fact or fiction? Could a child really survive alone in the forest? Would animals care for rather than eat a human baby? And if left in the wilderness, can a child forget its human origins and transform into a wild beast? Experts in the field of psychology and animal behavior examine the world's most compelling cases, from the boy in Uganda who lived with monkeys, to the girl in the Ukraine raised among dogs, and an Australian woman said to run with kangaroos. Skeptics and believers alike will attempt to uncover the truth behind feral children. If a baby were left alone in the woods, how would it manage to survive? We humans come into the world completely helpless. We know little more than how to breathe and how to cry. Animals, on the other hand, stagger to their feet within minutes of birth and begin to take on the world. They instinctively know how to get nourishment from their mothers. Life is a struggle, and only the fittest survive. Human and animal offspring do have some things in common, but a human child is ill-equipped to face the world on its own. So if a child is removed from its parents and the comforts of home, could it survive? And is it possible that in the absence of its own mother, a nurturing monkey would step in? We've all heard this sort of story before. Tales of so-called feral children who live in the wild, often as part of a family of animals. But are these stories real?
Would I rule it out? No, it may be possible, it may have been possible, it may have happened.
My gut instinct is to say some are probably real and some are not.
Although rare, tales of wild children have appeared all over the world. Oksana Malaya, known as the Ukrainian dog girl, lived for years with a pack of dogs. In South Africa, a boy named Lucas allegedly spent his childhood in the care of a troop of baboons. Amala and Kamala were a pair of Indian girls who local police found sleeping in a wolf den. These stories are intriguing and oddly compelling, but what's the truth behind feral children?
The word feral has many different meanings, but here we're using it in the sense of children who either reared themselves without human companionship, or more likely were reared by some form of animal.
Dr. Douglas Candland has studied the phenomenon of feral children and their alleged interactions with wild animals. He's examined hundreds of reported cases and says that most rely on eyewitness accounts and have certain elements in common.
We also said the child had no recognizable speech. The child did not like to eat cooked food. The child walked on all fours. So quite properly, people were saying, this is a wild child.
But just how reliable are these accounts? One of the most compelling cases in modern history comes from Kampala in Uganda. Kampala is home to over 1 million people who, like most city dwellers, face a sometimes difficult commute to work. But one wrong turn on these dusty roads can lead to some of the world's thickest jungle. 2 hours south of Kampala, on the edge of Africa's untamed forests, lies Bombo Village. It was here in 1991 that a remarkable story emerged. A woman walking through the African brush one day was startled by a group of vervet monkeys chattering in the trees. The monkeys were a common sight around the outskirts of the village, often stealing food and bothering the locals. But as the woman watched them, she caught a glimpse of something that terrified her. A dark form crouching in the branches. The creature that caused her to run was a human boy. Later, when the woman realized what she'd seen, she went back into the jungle and brought the child home. News of the strange boy quickly spread. The local villagers felt sorry for him, but they weren't quite sure what they were seeing.
Everybody came to see the new boy, who had hair all over, and he had no toe. The toe was bitten by monkeys.
Children from the village recalled that when the boy first arrived, he was as wild as an animal.
He could scratch you like you are not a human being. You know how a cat does? He could scratch you like a cat.
They decided that the boy must have been in the forest for a while. Apparently, he hated to be kept indoors, wouldn't eat cooked food, and didn't like to wear clothes. And he wouldn't or couldn't talk. But the boy did seem to be able to communicate with the vervets and even moved like a monkey.
He was moving like this, just like a monkey.
Before long, locals were calling him a real-life Tarzan, the fictional boy who grew up in the jungle.
Whoa! Whoa! We were wondering, what kind of guy is this? It was really amazing to see such a guy making noise of an animal.
So who was this mysterious wild child? Local authorities eventually identified him as John Sabunya, a 4-year-old that had gone missing from a nearby village a year earlier. To this day, the villagers believe it was the monkeys that helped this defenseless child to survive alone in the wild. It's a romantic notion, but is this really what happened? Perhaps the only way to find out for sure is to ask John Sabunya himself what he remembers. When it comes to stories of feral children, it's often hard to separate fact from fiction. Most of the cases occur in remote areas, where the details are poorly documented. And then there's the input of the media. Stories of children raised by animals make the sensational headlines, and the details often get lost in copy that's written to satisfy an audience thrilled by news of the weird. Many such stories eventually turn out to be fabrication. A case in point is this tale of a young woman from Eucla, a tiny outpost on the coast of Western Australia. Eucla isn't the kind of place you'd expect to make headlines. But in the 1970s, a strange story began to make the rounds. A couple of hunters claimed they'd spotted a half-naked young woman running with a pack of kangaroos.
She was blonde, not too tall, medium-sized, but nice developed.
The rumor quickly spread, and curious sightseers began to flock to Eucla in search of the kangaroo girl. A busload of tourists did get a glimpse of her, and eventually a photographer caught her on film. The locals nicknamed her the Nullarbor Nymph, and the media had a field day. But the story turned out to be a hoax, the brainchild of 4 drinking buddies who thought the tiny town of Eucla and its population of 50 could use a little publicity.
We had a chance to introduce our secluded place to the whole world.
In kangaroo skins, then as the tour buses came into town, the boys would cue the kangaroo girl.
And then Denise ran across the roads.
All in all, a harmless bit of deception.
Nobody was hurt, nobody died, no kangaroo got killed, so why not make a nice story?
The perpetrators of the kangaroo girl hoax capitalized on the fact that people are fascinated by shocking and sensational stories. And plenty of people bought into this one. But what about other famous wild child stories? Could they be real? But among the many reported cases, there are a handful that deserve a closer look. Perhaps the most carefully documented account of a feral child came from southern France at the turn of the 19th century.
Once there was a child left to himself in the woods.
This is a 1970s movie trailer for Francois Truffaut's film Wild Child. It dramatized the story of Victor of Aveyron and was based on eyewitness accounts of the day.
Proof of the animal in all of us.
One cold morning, just a few days into the year 1800, the citizens of a southern French village woke to find that a wild-looking boy had appeared from the nearby woods. Some villagers claimed to have glimpsed him before, and local legend had it that he'd lived in the woods from an early age. That winter had been particularly bad, so perhaps the boy had been drawn to the village looking for something to eat. Eventually, he was taken in by a budding psychologist, Dr. Jean-Marc Gaspard Dittard, who gave him the name Victor. Like John Sabunia, Victor wasn't able to communicate with humans. He disliked clothes, wouldn't eat the food prepared for him, and seemed to prefer the outdoors. We know a lot about Victor because his rehabilitation was closely followed by the leading scientists of the day, who were embroiled in an age-old and fundamental debate. What does it mean to be human? Will a child raised in the wild become a man or a beast? Will a boy living with wolves become wolf-like? Or is he hardwired to be human? Are we essentially the product of nature or nurture? Dr. Adriana Benzaken, an author and Mount St. Vincent University professor, believes that the driving force behind the scientific interest in feral children centers around the old debate of nature versus nurture.
Some scientists believe that to study human nature, you had to somehow peel everything that had been added by society, by education, and get to the core, get to the natural man. How could you do that?
The simplest way to do this would be to take a child, deprive it of any human contact, and see how it develops. But of course, this would be illegal, never mind unconscionable. Indeed, the very idea became known as the forbidden experiment. But then, scientists realized that there was another option: cases of feral children.
Children who by accident had been taken away from society and had grown in isolation from society. Some people believe that by studying such cases, you could really see what was natural about human beings and what in a human being is social or is acquired.
Victor of Aveyron walked out of the woods at the very height of this debate.
In the case of Victor of Aveyron, we have reports of sightings of him dating from at least a year before his definitive capture. There is a strong possibility that he had been living that way for at least 3 years and perhaps longer.
Here was an apparently genuine case of a child, about 12 years old, who'd been cut off from society and was living in the wild. Was this boy a natural human, or had he devolved into an animal? Was he the product of nature or nurture? But if Itard and the public had been expecting a noble savage, they were sorely disappointed. Victor was no Tarzan. As Truffaut's film shows, the boy remained wild and uncontrollable. Most disappointing of all was that while he clearly understood some words, Victor never really developed human speech. How could society get the answers it wanted if the boy couldn't give them? Itard's frustration grew as the boy continuously failed to respond, and his critics became increasingly hostile. In the end, Itard gave up, and Victor spent the rest of his life in an institution. But it seems that Victor started a trend.
The interest in these stories somehow breeds more stories.
By the early 20th century, cases of children allegedly raised by animals had appeared around the world. The most famous of these stories emerged from northern India. In 1920, a missionary traveling through the Bengal jungle was shocked to discover 2 infant girls living among a pack of wolves. Reverend Singh mounted a rescue mission to save the children. in the process killing their adopted wolf mother. He brought the girls back to the orphanage run by him and his wife in mid-Nepal, determined to give them a good Christian upbringing. The younger girl, Amala, didn't survive, and with the other, Kamala, progress was slow. Singh kept a journal which describes what you might expect from a child raised by wolves. She couldn't talk, walked on all fours, ate raw meat, and scratched at the door to be let out. It took years, but eventually Reverend Singh and his wife claimed to have taught Kamala to behave as a human. The scientific community learned of Kamala's case in the late 1920s when the story hit the British news. Sadly, by that time, Kamala had died of cholera. For decades, scientists debated whether Singh's tales of the wolf girls were true. The one person who could have told them was Kamala herself. But like Victor, she never learned to speak. This appears to be a common theme. Few, if any, children who grow up in the wild are reported to ever learn language. Scientists now believe that nearly all babies are born with the ability to learn to speak. But in order to master language, they have to hear it during their formative years. For Victor of Aveyron and Kamala, the window of opportunity may have closed during their time in the wild, away from human contact. The same appears to have been true of John Sabunya in Uganda. Although the facts of his early childhood are unclear, it appears that the boy was deprived of human contact for a period of between 6 months and a year. When the young child was brought out of the jungle and into the Ugandan village as a frightened wild boy, he too had trouble making himself understood.
When he was annoyed, he used to make a lot of noise, crowing like an animal. His behaviors were different from ours. And then we wanted to know how is this boy communicating. He never knew how to speak, really.
So did John ever learn to speak? And if so, what did he reveal about his time alone in the jungle? No one seemed to know exactly how long John Sabunya lived in the Ugandan wilderness before he was rescued. But what is clear is that during that time, and isolated from all human contact, he apparently lost the ability to communicate with people. Shortly after John was rescued by the village woman, he was taken to an orphanage run by a Ugandan couple, Molly and Paul Waswa, who at any given time had up to 1,000 children in their care. But Molly admits that John was different from all the other children. She recalls the villagers' first impressions of him.
People were surrounding him, it looked like some people wanted to have a look at him and laughing at him and thinking that he's a monkey boy. They told him he's half human and half animal.
At first, Molly found the idea of keeping John in her household shocking.
I said, oh my God. I told my husband, why have you brought such a person? I mean, I said, this thing will snatch our baby and run away with it.
But Molly's husband, Paul, saw something special in John.
He was convincing everyone in the home that this boy will become somebody.
It didn't take long for him to convince Molly.
I came back to my senses. I said, I must look after him like my own.
Molly tried to track down the boy's family. There were a number of stories circulating around the village about his parents, and eventually Molly gathered enough information to piece together John's story. It all began in this house, now abandoned.
The mother had died, so the stepmother used to mistreat him. And somebody also said that this stepmother might have used some African charms to bewitch him, and he had to run away from home.
Just 4 years old, John left his house and ran into the darkness of the jungle. Molly believed that it was here, nestled among the trees, alone and helpless, that John came face to face with the vervet monkeys. But as frightening as that experience must have been for John, running away from home was the beginning of a new life. 12 years later, John Sabunye is living happily with his new family. Now 17 years old, he still lives at the orphanage. In the years since he left the jungle, he's made tremendous progress. But to this day, he has trouble learning. John functions at a kindergarten level, and he speaks and understands only a little Ugandan and English. But in other ways, John has excelled. His love of running led Molly and Paul to enter him in the Special Olympics, and this has now become a passion. One of the key people in John's life is Solomon M. Weber, who acts as his big brother and mentor. Over the years, Solomon has learned to interpret John's broken language. John has become used to the urban world of Kampala. But we've asked Solomon to bring John back to the place where he was first found, to see if he remembers anything about his time in the wild. John's a bit nervous, but there's one thing he remembers clearly.
Well, we're here with John, and he's been trying to explain to me that this used to be his home. This is the very tree he was found, but it was a bit short when he could climb it. So this is the very tree where he was found.
Solomon asks what else John remembers.
John remembers more of the young monkeys, the small monkeys. He says that most of his time, during the time, they were spending their time on it. They were ever eating whatever they had.
The reality of being lost in the jungle would surely have been frightening for a small boy. But that isn't what John seems to remember. Instead, he recalls playing with the monkeys.
John says that when he was with the small monkeys, they used to hide and each one had to go and look for another one. So they were playing. It was kind of their game. So that's the thing they used to do.
Eating and playing are what we might expect of the memories of a 4-year-old child. But are these memories real? And would monkeys that encountered a young child in the woods really take care of him? John isn't the only child allegedly raised by monkeys. In the early 1900s, a notorious story emerged from South Africa. The strange tale of Lucas, the baboon boy. Near the small town of Kunab, police apprehended a wild boy they claimed to have found living among a troop of baboons. The officers said he behaved like a wild animal. He ran on all fours, he bit them, and he shrieked like a baboon. The boy was institutionalized and eventually put into the care of a local farmer, who employed him as a farmhand and named him Lucas. But the same officers then declared they discovered the origins of this strange boy. They claimed that Lucas had been stolen by baboons when he was just an infant from a village nearby. The case caused a sensation in the international media, and scientists were skeptical but intrigued. Renowned anthropologist Dr. Raymond Dart even sent a colleague to Kunab to interview the then adult Lucas, in an attempt to see if there was anything behind the claim that he was the real-life Tarzan of South Africa. The idea of baboons raising a human infant sounds pretty far-fetched to 21st century experts, not least because we now know that baboons can be fearsome predators, and their troops enforce a strict social order. But there are several modern-day incidents caught on tape that suggest other higher primates might at least protect a human child. In 1996, a 3-year-old boy fell into the gorilla pen at the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago. Keepers tried to drive the gorillas back from the unconscious child. The crowd watched in horror as they saw Beauty, the dominant female of the group, pick him up. But instead of harming him, Binti protected the boy, holding him in her arms until human help arrived. The images are compelling, but holding an unconscious child isn't the same as caring for another species. Dr. Stephen Sumi from the National Institute of Child and Human Development in Maryland studies the biobehavioral development of another primate species, the rhesus monkey. and he thinks the idea of cross-species nurturing is a theoretical possibility.
We know that rhesus monkeys will form relationships with other animals, dogs, wild cats, horses. So it's possible, I would think, in theory, for these monkeys to form relationships with people over the long term as well.
Dr. Sumi has observed a distinct pattern of response from the monkeys when it comes to human contact.
The monkeys that we study here know all of the caretakers, they know the veterinarians, they know the individuals who collect data. They make decisions regarding the gender of the human they're interacting with, so they're more cautious around adult males than they are around adult females. And they make great differences in terms of the age of the humans that they're interacting with.
And most interesting is the reaction of the monkeys to children.
When my staff members bring their young children to watch the monkeys over the weekend, the monkeys go crazy, the adult males go through rituals as if to try to entice these little kids to join their group, whereas they wouldn't give adult humans any bit of their time or energy.
But Ugandan expert Peter Appel is highly skeptical that any primate would nurture a human child in the wild. He thinks the zoo incident is an aberration.
From what I know about animal behavior, that is a very unique case because their innate instinct would be to attack or kill this infant.
Peter Appel is a veterinarian and Ugandan wildlife specialist. He works with a variety of primates, including vervet monkeys, the species that supposedly cared for John. And Appel has a slightly less romantic explanation as to how John survived with the monkeys.
Vervets are by nature a trash species. They collect much more than they could eat. So probably what happened in this instance is that John survived on the leftover food that the vervets must have been collecting and couldn't finish. John would probably be what was left over of that.
This shifts the interpretation of the relationship between John and the monkeys. It was perhaps not the vervets that cared for John, but John who used them to survive. And as Peter explains, there's a clear difference between tolerance and caretaking.
To be nurtured means that you will be fully accepted into the structure of the society. John being human, it's very unlikely that he was nurtured. He could have been accepted or even just tolerated. Nurturing is not possible.
But what led the 4-year-old boy to the monkeys in the first place? Was it human survival instincts, a need for food, or was he in search of physical contact? Part of the allure of the wild child myth is the bond that occurs between human and animal. This is what makes these stories so compelling. But would a child deprived of human contact actually substitute an animal for a parent? Several recent cases seem to suggest they would. In the early 1990s, a story emerged from the Ukraine of a young girl living on a rundown farm. Her name was Oksana Malaya, and she was apparently raised by dogs. According to this Russian television report, Oksana was just 3 years old when her alcoholic parents first left her outside with the dogs. For 5 years, she slept in a kennel and lived as a dog, running on all fours, barking and eating with her canine companions. To observers, it seemed as though the young girl had turned to the dogs for affection when her abusive parents failed her. And Dr. Charles Nelson III, a professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, believes they could be right. It may be that we humans are genetically programmed to seek affection, or at the very least, a stable relationship with another living thing.
The question of whether we're hardwired to seek affection is a very interesting one, and the answer seems to be yes. In the case of Oksana, if this little girl was just left with dogs, she's going to form a relationship with those dogs. If we have this biological imperative to form a relationship, if your only option is a dog, you'll form a relationship with the dog.
This biological imperative may well be a human survival mechanism. Although we're totally dependent at birth, we're genetically programmed to ask for help, because engaging a caregiver means we're likely to get the things we need to survive, like food and warmth. So it's possible that in the absence of a parent, a feral child might interact with an animal in the same way. John Sabunya sought the company of monkeys, and in return got enough food to survive. And Oksana Malaya looked to a pack of dogs for comfort, and they provided warmth. Oksana was finally rescued at the age of 13 and placed in a foster home. But what effect does this kind of extreme experience have on a child? Modern science has discovered that a young child's brain is highly impressionable. The developing brain cells are primed and ready to be sculpted into crucial neurological centers. One bundle of cells will become the language center, while others will govern the senses, emotions, and personality. The sculptor is the youngster's environment, everything they see, hear, and experience. When you see a parent interacting with a child, not only are you seeing a happy baby, but you're seeing the sculpting process at work, hardwiring healthy neurons to build a biologically balanced brain.
One of the things we know about brain development is that the brain depends critically on experiences. For it to grow and develop normally, it assumes that the environment is going to support it, presenting all kinds of experiences to the child. If those experiences are absent or abnormal, then you assume that the wiring of the brain has become abnormal or miswired.
From the age of 3, Oksana was exposed to predominantly canine experiences, and as a result, she learned to act and respond like a dog. And John Sabunia apparently lost the critical learning and speech ability during his time in the jungle.
That sensitive period, those first 3 to 5 years, are really an essential point in development for the brain to get wired correctly. If the brain has been miswired early on, it's like having a bad foundation to a house.
Clearly, these experiences had devastating effects on the children and on their development. But despite the appalling treatment she received from her parents, Oksana appears to have adjusted to her new environment. This 2001 interview on Russian television demonstrates that she's learned to speak.
What makes you most happy?
I like to run around like a dog, to bark and howl.
Why?
It is my nature.
Scientists now understand that a child's brain has a remarkable ability to adapt and even rewire, depending on the length and severity of the experience and the age at which it took place. So what about John? As part of his work on feral children, Dr. Douglas Candland has followed John Sabunya's progress for years. He's now returned to Uganda to re-interview John as a 17-year-old, to see what, if anything, he can remember about his time with the vervet monkeys.
Good to see you. Good to see you. It's been a long time.
Candland first met John about 6 years ago, when he was still a young boy and had difficulty communicating. He's delighted to see that John has lost his inhibitions and even become an entertainer. But as a scientist, Dr. Candland still has questions about John's story.
People's first question is this a true story? Nobody has exactly the same story, but everybody has the same theme.
The recurring theme, based on the memories of a 4-year-old, is that John ran away from home and was adopted by the monkeys. Candland wants to examine John's story from the perspective of an animal behaviorist, to ascertain exactly how John interacted with the vervets. He's asked John, with Solomon at his side, to piece together what he remembers.
When you lived in the forest, you said there were many animals there. Were there large animals as well as small animals?
He said that there were big monkeys and small monkeys. There were also snakes and antelope and some other animals.
Can you show me the monkeys that you saw there?
Well, he said that the first 2, he saw them.
John has no trouble identifying the vervets, but Candland wants to establish how John fitted into the complex hierarchy of the vervet community.
Vervet monkeys will spend the afternoon grooming each other. It's about establishing a relationship. It's kind of like talking among human beings. Did you groom monkeys?
Well, the monkeys groomed each other, but not John.
This suggests that John was a bystander, not a part of the monkey group. Next, Candland tests the theory that John wasn't fed by the monkeys, but rather scavenged for their leftovers.
Do you mean they threw food and you collected it?
But according to Solomon, John is emphatic about this.
They collected food and brought food to him. Sometimes they could hand the food into his hand, but none of the monkeys got the food and threw the food away.
John and Solomon also tell Dr. Candland that the monkeys brought water to him.
So this is how they made the thing, and they handed the water to him.
But it was the monkeys who made this, not John.
Not John.
The monkeys.
Dr. Candland, a 40-year veteran of working with primates, is not convinced. Few primates are capable of tool use, and vervets are not among them.
I think we are dealing here with some childhood memories that, like all childhood memories, become elaborated over time. I think he did spend much time with monkey troops. I think he did find food that they had cast aside. He may well have found banana leaves that were still had water in them from rainstorms and assumed that the animals themselves had done the fashioning. So when you ask, was John raised by monkeys, I prefer to say he was raised to some degree with monkeys. But I don't believe the monkeys reared him in the usual sense of that word.
In many ways, John seems to have survived his early experience of being lost in the jungle. But has he overcome the potentially more devastating tragedy, the abuse he suffered during the early years of his life, at the hands of people who were supposed to protect him? John Sabunye has obviously come a long way since his days in the jungle. The nurturing home of Molly and Paul Waswa has given him a second chance. But he still has difficulties with learning, coordination, and language. Is this because he was alone in the jungle during the crucial development stage, when most children learn to speak? Or has something else affected John's recovery? With Molly's permission, we take John to get a complete brain scan in Uganda. At the International Medical Group in Kampala, a slightly nervous John undergoes a computed tomography scan that will produce images of the anatomy of his brain.
You see that thing?
The scan could identify any anomalies or possible damage done to the brain and help pinpoint the cause of John's continued learning difficulties. Dr. Jay Geed, a neuroscientist from the National Institute of Health in Maryland, will help to analyze the results. Dr. Geed is one of the world's preeminent specialists in brain development research. And the results reveal something unexpected. In almost every way, John's brain is healthy and normal, except for one thing.
The most striking feature is this dark area right here. This is a pretty big area of damage, about the size of a grapefruit.
At some stage in his young life, John suffered a massive blow to the head.
A pretty major trauma to the brain.
And the location of the trauma has important implications.
This part of the brain is ground zero for language function. Understanding language, learning language, it's almost completely wiped out here. Just looking at the picture, not even knowing anything about John, I'd say, this is a person who's probably going to have a lot of difficulty with language. But the good news is much of the rest of the brain is fine. And so this should allow John to enjoy life and to have an imagination and to have social interactions.
The critical question is, when did this injury occur?
If the damage to the brain happens very early in brain development, then there's still a chance for the brain to find alternate routes, alternate connections, alternate wiring. But if the damage happens after that's already in place, then it's much more difficult to recover function. And in looking at John's brain scans, it looks to be that the second one happened, that the wiring was already established for the language centers and then was damaged.
We may never know exactly when John received his injury, but we do know that it was the trauma to John's head in early life, not the effects of living in the wild, that caused the language difficulties John has today. Sabunya's case demonstrates is that the effects of living in the wild reveal only half the story. The other half is how these children ended up there in the first place.
Collectively, when I think of these feral children, it just brings to mind abuse and neglect. These children wind up living in the wild because they fled a bad situation. And that makes it more difficult to understand how that living in the wild will affect their brain development or the behavioral development, because they led off life with a pretty bad beginning.
This was clearly the case for Oksana, neglected by her alcoholic dysfunctional parents. And while we don't know exactly what happened in John's house in Uganda, there's a very real possibility that he was physically abused and driven out of his home. On closer examination, many famous wild child cases come down to parents who have abandoned their unwanted offspring. This may even have been what happened to Victor of Aveyron. In Dr. Itard's notes, he mentions a straight-edged scar on the boy's throat. Perhaps someone took the young child out into the woods and tried to end his life. Historically, it was not uncommon for parents to abandon children born with mental or physical disabilities. This is most certainly the explanation behind one famous case, that of Lucas, the boy allegedly raised by baboons. On closer inspection, scientists discovered that the boy was severely handicapped and had been abandoned by his family at birth. He spent his early years in various institutions before running away at about 13 years old.
The baboon story was clearly a fabrication that had been imposed on the reality of a child with severe disabilities or abnormalities.
And once the rumor had been started, several people reaped the benefits. For years, the farmer George Smith and the officers that originally found Lucas perpetuated the myth and cashed in on the sensational story. There's a similar explanation behind the other famous case of the time, that of Amala and Kamala in India. The reported story told how Reverend Singh had found the girls living with wolves in the jungle of Bengal. But later interviews with local villagers revealed a very different story.
It turned out that he came through with a hunting party every year at the same time. Told the villagers he was looking for orphans to take to his orphanage. It doesn't take too much imagination to imagine some parents saying, "We have two badly retarded daughters who are going to be a huge drain on our limited resources. And this man is offering to take them to an orphanage." So what might happen is that they were left in a place where the fellow huntsman knew to find them, and everybody's happy.
So why did Reverend Singh write a long and dramatic account of fighting the wolves for the children? Adriana Benzaken thinks that his motives were probably simple.
He had a group of children that he was responsible for, and the orphanage was always short of cash. Yeah, and perhaps by saying that the two of his children were wolf children and bringing attention and money into the orphanage might have been a motive.
The real stories behind the cases of feral children seem never to be simple. Some are pure hoaxes, such as the kangaroo girl story created as a publicity stunt, and others are tragic cases of abused or disabled children turned into sensational stories by the media, or misused by an overzealous scientific community looking for answers.
Claiming that a child is a wild child is never innocent. Usually there is an investment in that, there is an interest. Either you want to study that child, or you want to exploit that child to somehow bring attention to your cause. There's always a motive behind it.
With Oksana, Victor, and John Sabunya, the important stories may be those of the abuse and neglect they suffered at the hands of their human caretakers. And perhaps the myth of the wild child reflects our inability to accept the failings of our so-called civilized society. John Sabunya's childhood was undeniably tragic, but happily, his future looks promising. He continues to compete in the
Hidden on you is a world you have never seen, overrun with bizarre creatures that live on and in every part of your body.
It's an animal, it's on your face, and we don't know very much about it.
Yet they are affecting us in ways we never imagined. But now, for the first time, we can explore this unknown world.
They're an absolutely essential component of what we are.
This is a struggle of life and death.
If we got rid of all the microbes on us and inside us, we would die.
So doctors are even reintroducing bugs into our bodies.
The larvae are alive. They're going through the skin. It's duty plus hookworm.
You are more than human. Each and every one of us is a collection of different life forms that call us home. This is life on us. Life is an endless fight. A battle for food and sex. But often the winning strategy is a balance of power. A truce between rivals. The same happens inside our bodies, where trillions of organisms have evolved to share us. There are worms in your bowel. Colonies of bacteria on your teeth. Fungi thrive in your lungs. And viruses embed themselves in your DNA. Collectively, this menagerie of bugs is called your microbiome. And it's as much a part of you as any of your organs.
We are essentially an assembly of a lot of different organisms, ourselves included.
Microbes have helped us to evolve. They've made us who we are.
They were there right from the evolution of human beings as hunter-gatherers, even right back to the evolution of mammals.
But in the blink of an eye, we've cut ourselves adrift from nature.
We've gone from a daily life in which we were exposed to thousands and thousands of species of many different kinds, where we ate food with dirt still on it, where we had worms, and then all of a sudden we move into these environments where we've convinced ourselves that all of their species, aside from our dogs and our lovers and our kids, are bad.
Believing it makes us healthier, we do our best to scrub bugs off our bodies. We've unleashed a war on germs, and now we are paying the price.
Modern medicine is about killing bad species. We are really good at thinking about medicine in that context. You know, something bad makes us sick, we kill it, we get better. But the idea that something good is missing and that makes us sick, we don't have much of a framework for that. The medicine that would be required to think about this in the right way would need to think about the body as an ecosystem.
In this revolution in medicine, it's the bugs that will save us. This is a journey into the human body. Your insides are a battleground, and it's your health that's at stake. Our tour begins at the mouth. All is not well with the main entrance.
Dental decay in this world now, I'm talking about all countries, is plague proportions.
Tooth decay now affects around 90% of children worldwide and can lead to serious diseases. It's an epidemic of the modern age. Compared to us, our ancestors had pearly whites. And they didn't even brush their teeth. It's a mystery that fascinated DNA detective Professor Alan Cooper. He's been studying teeth throughout the ages.
When you do look at the hunter-gatherer populations, you see very little signs of dental caries. The whole
Lives changed in an instant on a daily basis. But that tissue on the corner, right, is not going to stay.
Fiona Wood is a world-leading...
moving from the hunter-gatherer phase into the farming phase, the teeth look terrible. You know, there's dental caries, there's gum disease because of the bacteria around the base of the teeth, nasty pathologies.
And the consequences are far more profound than bad teeth. If Cooper could discover what's gone wrong inside our mouths, It might help explain the rise of some of our most serious diseases.
We think, oh, well, we get a bit of bleeding gums, we have to go to the dentist a bit, no big deal, we got holes in our teeth. What we don't realise is that the bacteria are leaking down through those inflamed gums into our blood system from stimulating all sorts of immune responses. And these immune responses are now being linked increasingly to a huge range of modern Western diseases: cardiovascular disease, diabetes, hypertension, premature birth, cancer. The list goes on and on.
In one way or another, the key to it all is bacteria. There are more than 100 million bacteria in every drop of saliva, an ecosystem of 700 different species. And there is no place they like better than the wet surfaces of our teeth. Here they form a layer, or biofilm, that dentists call plaque.
It happens every night when we're sleeping. The plaque, the layer of bacteria on our teeth, gets calcified and slowly builds up over time. This is what the dentist is removing.
We provide bacteria with a home, which is just as well, because without them, we'd have no teeth. The microbes in our mouth protect us from the food we eat.
We have evolved in the presence of acids. Most foods that we eat, most of our diet is essentially acidic. At the same time, the enamel, which makes up the outside surface of the tooth, is inorganic and will dissolve in acid. So here we've got this conundrum trying to work out, well, what's happening here? How does a tooth stop from dissolving?
The answer is biofilm, a dense layer of bacteria that's stuck on our teeth. As acid eats away at the enamel, bacteria fills in the holes.
The tooth starts to dissolve, then the raw products of this process get caught into the biofilm and in the right environment get reused to heal the tooth.
In a healthy mouth, everything works in balance, and the good bacteria protects us from decay. These microscopic dentists have looked after our teeth for much of our evolution. So what's changed?
We can only judge that if we've got an idea about what it looked like beforehand.
But there was a problem. There's no bacteria left alive on the teeth of museum skulls.
There seemed to be no way that we could actually get a look at what a bacterial microbiome would look like in the past until we thought about this calcified plaque on the teeth.
It was an ingenious solution. Locked in the plaque of our ancestors were the fossilized remains of vast numbers of bacteria. And compared to us, there was a striking difference.
Everything goes completely strange when the Industrial Revolution comes in, 1850, and suddenly you're getting large amounts of processed sugar and flour become available. And at that point, the diversity of the bacteria in the mouth just drops away. And huge amounts of these pathogenic bacteria become very obvious in everybody we look at.
A bunch of disease-causing bacteria has taken over our mouth. They thrive on our modern diet of processed food, and that's changed the game.
These organisms tend to be little acid factories, producing acid onto the tooth surface, which then starts to dissolve the enamel away and lower the pH of the environment, and they are able to withstand that low pH, that harsh condition that other microbes in the mouth aren't.
The good bacteria that don't like living in acid conditions, good bacteria that normally keep the bad bacteria under control, just like in the gut, then these die off.
Our changing diet unleashed a war inside our mouth. And the bad guys are winning. Acidity in our mouth is a problem. But there's one place where we couldn't do without it. Our stomach.
It's a filter that kills lots of pathogens. We eat food full of microbes, and one of the reasons those don't just colonize and take over our gut is that we have this stomach with adaptations for dealing with the microbes.
In fact, healthy humans can eat just about anything because 99% of the bacteria in your food are killed by the stomach acid. It's certainly enough to dissolve nails. And you have these stories over the years of people who try to kill themselves by eating razor blades or nails, etc. And a few months later, you look in their stomach and you can only find a few old rusty fragments. It's almost totally digested.
The only bacteria that survives the acid bath is the bug called the gastric demon, Helicobacter pylori.
Helicobacter is very, very interesting. It's somewhere in between a harmful one and a harmless, beneficial one.
No one knows this bug better than Australian Barry Marshall. In 2005, he shared the Nobel Prize with Robin Warren for discovering its power over us.
The reason people didn't look for bacteria in the stomach before the 1970s, when Dr. Warren first saw them, was that they knew that bacteria could not live in acid. It's too dangerous.
But we now know some bacteria have learned to survive in extreme environments, and the gastric demon is one of them.
So the question is then, how do bacteria survive in acid? And the next discovery was that the bacteria can make ammonia, and ammonia neutralizes acid.
Helicobacter has a nasty reputation. It's called the gastric demon for a reason. It causes stomach cancer and gastric ulcers. Marshall and Warren were the first to show that ulcers weren't triggered by stress or spicy food as it was commonly thought, but by infection with Helicobacter.
However, we could never get over this issue that lots of people had the bacteria and never got an ulcer. And so the skeptics could always say, you must be wrong, because I have lots of people with Helicobacter and they never had a day's illness in their life.
And even more puzzling is that in the developing world, where the gastric demon is rampant, hardly anyone gets ulcers. Somehow, a dangerous bacteria for the rich is harmless for the poor. And the difference between the two is another parasite: worms.
Helicobacter pylori causes ulcers. If you don't also have parasitic worms, you can't just have a part of the ecosystem. You need the whole ecosystem.
It's all a question of balance. The proportion of worms and bacteria needs to be just right for a healthy body.
But just to show how subtle all of this is, if you remove Helicobacter pylori, which is what we're doing nowadays with antibiotics, we get another problem.
The eviction of Helicobacter in the Western world has contributed to the rise of new diseases like asthma and allergies.
So it's in this gray area. It causes cancer, ulcers, possibly prevents asthma, but the reason it prevents asthma is possibly more important than all the terrible things it does.
Helicobacter is an invader that keeps our immune system busy. And if it's not present, we can overreact against harmless stuff like pollen or pets.
If you could find a correct strain, which you could control, then I think it would resurrect Helicobacter as a useful bacteria.
If we could tame the gastric demon, it might become a live vaccine against allergies.
So I think there are all kinds of possibilities. I'm quite excited about it. And we are already testing Helicobacter products in human volunteers at the University of Western Australia.
Bacteria, fungi, and worms are invading us all the time. In fact, they come as a side order with every bite you take. But some people can't get enough of these nasty parasites. They want more. Our food contains more than we bargain for. It's loaded with bacteria, fungi, and sometimes the eggs of parasitic worms. Richard Foulkes loves his ham and eggs, but this breakfast is being sacrificed in the name of science. Foulkes built the world's first artificial stomach, and And today he is out to discover if worm eggs survive the gut's acid test.
This is my breakfast, and I'm now going to add just a pinch of intestinal parasite eggs and mix it before putting it into the stomach.
Ahead lies a hydrochloric acid bath that will kill just about anything.
Everything's normal. The whole thing is operating at 37 degrees centigrade, which is the same temperature as the body. The first sample is now just being ejected. This is the material which actually ends up going down into the duodenum and into the intestine.
But do the parasites survive the journey?
Well, as we expected, most of these parasite eggs seem to be viable.
Worms are one of nature's great survivors. They thrive in some of the planet's most inhospitable environments, including your insides. The ones in our gut look like aliens from a sci-fi movie. And incredibly, they originally came from the murky depths of the oceans. They were able to come on land by colonizing the guts of animals, including us. They're after a rich food supply, your blood. Parasitic worms love us, and in turn, we are beginning to love them back.
If I had Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis or multiple sclerosis, I would infect myself without hesitation.
A colleague and I gave ourselves hookworms, and my colleague had 20 hookworms, and I only had 6. And being a competitive person, I thought, well, I'm going to get more. Together, you could see the
Dr. John Crows and Alex Lucas are hooked on worms.
Worms are both bad and good. In developed countries where we are well nourished, worms are potentially good.
The medical use of worms is now being put to the test. Hugh Sheardown is suffering from celiac disease, a nasty reaction to gluten that causes severe diarrhea and pain. He and Judy Noonan are part of a pioneering clinical trial.
We are experimentally infecting these people with hookworms to see if the infection has a therapeutic benefit on their Crohn's disease or celiac disease.
These are diseases where the immune system attacks the lining of the intestines, causing chronic inflammation. So how can worms fix the problem?
The last thing a worm wants to do is have our immune system ejected. They modulate the immune system and send it in a direction that just generally dampens inflammation, and that protects them, stops them from being attacked. But the benefit of that is that inflammation in general is suppressed.
As it turns out, it's the worm's spit that carries the magic ingredient.
As a hookworm attaches, it releases all sorts of salivary proteins, and some of those have immunosuppressive properties.
With worms on board, Hugh's immune system is turned down and should stop overreacting to gluten in pasta.
The aim is to use hookworm to change the immune response to gluten.
For people with celiac disease, any amount of pasta can be dangerous. 6 weeks with worms, and Hugh's reached a milestone. It's a tiny morsel, but previously, even this would have made him sick.
When we reintroduce gluten to celiacs who have hookworm infection, that their response will be muted and they'll start to tolerate low doses of gluten.
For Hugh Sheardown, the experiment was a success. At the end of the trial, he could eat a full bowl of pasta.
Live worm therapy is a good proof of concept, but I don't think it will ever become a scalable, widely used method of treating inflammation. However, if we can identify and harness the actual molecules that are responsible, we can then turn those into a much more conventional type of drug.
But desperate patients aren't willing to wait. An approved drug will take many years to develop.
Nice to see you. Come on, please.
So the seriously ill are signing up for treatments in the hookworm underground.
Originally, I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, and because those medications weren't working for me, they switched it to irritable bowel syndrome.
Can I have your arm, please?
People should be allowed to pursue alternative therapies, especially when the other possibilities seem not so great. On the other hand, if it's not proven to work, then you don't know it works. Then you're basically just buying into a dream.
Velasquez Manoff is a science writer, but his interest in alternative therapy is very personal.
My whole life I've had asthma, I've had food allergies, and I've had, starting at age 11, I have an autoimmune disorder called alopecia areata, which means my immune system turned on my hair follicles, basically shutting them down.
After researching his health problems, Moises made arrangements to be inoculated with the so-called American murderer, Nicator americanus. It's a parasite that has plagued humanity for centuries. Moises traveled to a private clinic in Mexico, just across the border from the US, where using worms for medical purposes remains illegal.
Of course, I was a little bit nervous because I'm doing something that, frankly, most people would tell you is stupid, and it probably is. I wasn't that scared, though, because I knew that scientists around the world had self-infected. Because the reality is you can't study these things unless you keep a colony alive somewhere. They only live in humans. So they just have them in their own guts. And then when they need them, they cultivate them.
One of those who cultivated his own worms is the owner of the Mexican clinic, Garin Alietti.
Parasitology has a storied tradition of self-experimentation. And so what we're trying to do is remove the barriers to access for this. Because I don't want everyone to have to do, what I did was basically when I became ill and was looking for access, you go to the professional scientists and they can't help you. Right? They're bound by institutional review boards and professional standards and appropriate treatment corridors.
Garin Alietti's life was plagued by chronic immune disorders. Conventional medicine offered no help. So in desperation, he turned to worms. But first, he had to find them. He traveled to Peru, where the American murderer was common. Collecting worms is not for the faint-hearted. The process requires doing something called a latrine survey.
A latrine survey basically means just taking samples of soil and feces and collecting it and cataloging it. It's just about as much fun as it sounds. I think it was the Ortiz family was the one that turned out to be the hottest one. And the thing that I wasn't prepared for is that I had to beat the chickens because the chickens were going down to eat it. And if they got there first, then everything was going to be gone. So I had to go, me running around trying to get to the chickens.
After harvesting his medicine, Alietti infested himself with 7 microscopic larvae. And the offspring of those worms are now used by doctors to treat patients in his clinic. Once inside us, the hookworms face a perilous journey, yet they are well adapted to the challenges our body throws at them.
If you apply 50 live hookworm larvae to the skin, you can be assured that those 50 larvae will get into the gut.
The larvae hitchhike aboard blood vessels and flow through the bloodstream like rafters on a river. They will pass through the heart before reaching the lung.
They're going to irritate the lung a little bit. Lungs are going to produce a little bit more of phlegm. The phlegm goes all the way to your throat and you swallow it, okay? So they got into the stomach, which is full of acid. But the phlegm is actually protecting the worm, so they're going to get burned by the acid. That's nature.
Once the worms reach the intestines, they announce themselves to the immune system by taking their first bloody meal. And that sucks.
The side effect phase was a bit of an experience. And had I not been so committed to never doing a latrine survey again, I don't know if I would have gotten through it.
Those side effects include cramps, nausea, and diarrhea, the body's natural response to shake itself free of the parasites.
They are painful to have. Those symptoms sort of waned over time. And I also saw some benefits, like about a few, let's say 4 months after I took the parasites was hay fever season. For the first half of hay fever season, I completely lost my allergies. It was amazing. I never lost my food allergies. I still had those.
The worms can manipulate our immune system in a way that modern medicine is yet to match.
So I think just because you can kill all the worms doesn't mean it's necessarily a good idea to kill all the worms.
So it does work for some people. It also doesn't work. I interviewed some people who got worse, so I actually would not recommend it. On the other hand, it doesn't change any of the evolutionary argument that we're making here. And that is that our immune system comes to expect stimuli like these, and we need to replace it somehow.
These therapies remain unproven, but one way or another, worms are forcing us to reconsider our approach to treating Western diseases. But they are just one of our microscopic tenants. There are 100 trillion more in the most unloved place of our body, the colon. Gastroenterologist Thomas Borody discovered the power of poo, and he's saving lives with it. Amongst the last unexplored regions on Earth are caves. They hold species that are unknown to science. Yet they are no match for the dark corridors of your bowel. Here there are more bacteria on just a single square centimetre than all the humans who've ever lived.
There's 10 times more living cells in the stool than there is in our body. So in effect, we are 10% human and 90% poo.
The microbes in the gut aren't just along for the ride. They are essential for the development of the brain, the immune system, our overall health, and even our mood and body shape.
These bacteria, depending on the composition, can control weight gain, weight loss, and development of insulin resistance. So there's a large, sort of vast mechanisms that are inside our bowel flora that are responsible, which are just emerging.
Yet, we are damaging our gut flora even before understanding it.
We know that when you take too many antibiotics, that one of the things that happens is it puts you at an extreme risk for pathogens.
It kills off all of the friendlies, and so then the bad bacterium takes over and the patient dies.
So instead of prescribing antibiotics to kill the bacteria, gastroenterologist Thomas Borody does the opposite. He adds bacteria, trillions of them. Professor Borody is the pioneer of fecal transplants. To treat digestive diseases, he replaces infected gut flora with healthy poo.
Well, it's still disgusting to me as well, just like anybody else. But you see the potential because it, in its healthy form, with full diversity, lots of bacteria, is able to enter another person's bowel and kill off bugs that cause disease.
Despite all we've learned of poo being smelly waste, for Borody, it's medicine. Our colon is a factory, producing bacteria that thrives on foods we can't digest.
The bacteria eat them. When bacteria eat them, they multiply, so we have to let them out the other end, and that's why we defecate.
And defecate we do. An average person will produce more than 4 tons of feces in their lifetime. Borody has opened a new frontier in medicine. Every morning, healthy donors arrive at his clinic with a fresh supply to cater for people with gastrointestinal diseases. Katie Angelidis suffers from debilitating bowel problems.
I was used to that blank stare, you know, when I asked them what was wrong with me, how can you help me? When you have gut issues, you've been to hell and back with your symptoms, so you will do anything to, you know, get some kind of improvement.
Professor Borody will perform 7 to 10 treatments like this every day, and many more would come if they could afford it.
the cost is prohibitive to get it done in a clinic for them. So they're doing it at home. Plenty of them. A lot of parents doing it for kids, you know, with Crohn's disease and whatever, and they're desperate, they're helpless. You know, they'll do anything. So yeah, it's a bit underground, isn't it? But yeah, it's happening.
People are still trying to work out the best way of doing it. I mean, do you put it in that way, or that way, or a radio-controlled capsule you swallow and open up with some sort of radio-controlled signal, and then the capsule carries on? You know, the technologies are being developed. There are going to be some very clever ways of doing this.
Tending our microbial garden also helps with diseases that have nothing to do with digestive problems. 20 years ago, William Kostopoulos had his wisdom teeth removed. It didn't go well.
My body went into trauma. They thought actually I had a stroke. They sent me to a neurologist and they gave me an MRI scan. And after the MRI scan, they told me that I had MS, multiple sclerosis.
It was devastating news.
There was times you feel like just killing yourself. Your life is revolving around medication and doctors and MRI scans and treatments and hospital.
Realising the disease couldn't be beaten,
Good to see you.
he went to see Professor Barodi.
We spoke about some sort of transplant, a poo transplant, as he puts it. And I was open to anything at that stage because I was suffering for 3.5 years, 4 years.
William had the transplant, and incredibly, he has completely recovered.
Things are fantastic. Things couldn't be better. I mean, I'm 49 now. I'm heading to 50, so, you know, but I don't feel 50. I still feel like I'm 20.
That was a fortuitous finding. We had 3 such patients. And we were not treating their MS. They did not come to us for that purpose. We were treating the bowel disturbance.
For now, these are anecdotal results. Yet the treatment designed for digestive diseases seems to be having even more intriguing side effects.
We have had at least 2 patients in whom profound depression was able to be reversed. And I didn't notice that. The patient said to me after he had a transplant done for a different cause, he said, "My depression is gone." I said to him, "What do you mean your depression's gone? How can it be?" He said, "Well, I've had depression for 25 years, Doc. I know when the depression is gone." So I wasn't going to argue with him.
Gut microbes influence our body and mind in fundamental yet inexplicable ways.
There's so many changes that we've seen patients that are difficult to believe when we change patients' flora. Why is this so? There are so many questions to be answered.
If we can explain the links between our microbial ecosystem and chronic disease, it will revolutionize medicine. As the first step, microbiome explorers are signing up volunteers to donate $1 of poop.
They're currently sequencing lots of shit in the US, and I heard that's just been expanded worldwide now. So when we do this survey, a very wide survey, that's important too, that we can see across the whole human population what the variety is, and we can see how that relates to people's health or lack of health.
These initial surveys have already revealed thousands of bacteria we never knew before. Our inner continent is terra incognita.
Every person is colonized with these species that have an enormous effect on how they live, their health and well-being for their entire life. And in many cases, we can't give them names.
But we've already discovered bugs that make us fat or thin. A group of bacteria called Firmicutes helps the absorption of fat by the body.
Depending on which ones you have, you may have absolutely complete digestion of your food. And I suppose the theory is that then you're one of these people that has a small amount of food and puts on a kilo every day, whereas other people might eat the same amount and not put on any weight.
Having these fat bugs on board is the equivalent of eating a slice of cake every day.
Historically, if you had a group of microbes that gave you lots of energy from your food, it would be enormously beneficial because you could go longer without food and survive. You would need less food every day. But now we're all fat.
Luckily, there is a bug that helps keep you thin. Akkermansia may one day lead to a treatment for obesity.
I think we might have yogurts in the future or something like this, which will give you the sort of skinny yogurt together with bugs, and I'll be eating a lot of those.
Ultimately, our health will be determined by the diversity of bugs in our gut and the balance between the beneficial and the bad. And that varies from one culture to the next.
If you look at the gut flora of, for instance, people living in a little African village and compare that with the gut flora of people living in Italy, they are so different.
People in developing countries have a richer and more balanced gut flora than those in the West. And that helps explain why the affluent are more prone to modern diseases.
And one reason is clearly diet. We eat crap.
When you eat, you don't only feed yourself, you're also feeding your microbes. And in the West, we are nourishing the bugs that make us sick. These bad bugs release toxins that trigger a violent response from our immune system, and that causes inflammation.
What happens when you eat junk food is that you become immediately inflamed. Your microbes actually inflame you in the presence of junk food.
And that inflammation runs through your body like wildfire.
And the higher that low level of background inflammation is, the more susceptible you are to all sorts of disorders.
These are diseases of an out-of-balance immune system, ranging from inflammatory bowel syndrome to multiple sclerosis, Crohn's disease, obesity, and allergies.
Inflammation is at the sort of root of all of them.
Just as our mouth microbiome has been disturbed by eating too much carbohydrate, antibiotics and bad diet have turned the bacteria in our gut from friend into foe.
We've moved in incredibly few generations from lives as hunter-gatherers to lives as agriculturalists to lives in places like Hong Kong where people live in 60-story buildings and are totally disconnected from any of the wildlife around them. This whole web, this whole ecosystem or biome, it's changing. And so what we need moving forward is to figure out how do we garden the beneficial parts of this web.
This idea of reconnecting us to what we are missing from the environment is the life's work of British scientist Professor John Stanford. He's found something in an African mud puddle that some are calling the wonder bug. Cynthia Stanford had a rare condition called Raynaud's disease. Her fingers turn numb and white when exposed to cold.
Jobs in the kitchen were a problem, washing up or peeling carrots, peeling potatoes. My fingers used to go into total whiteout and be unusable.
By coincidence, her husband, Professor John Stanford, was testing a new vaccine for leprosy. It contained a bacteria he'd isolated in a mud puddle in Uganda. It was called M. vacci.
Since we were the ones that had developed it, we wanted to try it on ourselves first before we gave it to anybody else.
John and I had a dose each, and I realised that my Raynaud's disease that I'd had since I was a small girl had gone away. And so after that, we lined up all the rest of the family who also had Raynaud's disease, but they also had other things.
The vaccine appeared to be helpful in dealing with the other diseases that run in the family, including even cancer.
My mother had cancer at the same time as her Raynaud's disease, which disappeared, including spinal secondaries.
She had her M. vacci injection, and then a month or so afterwards, when she went for radiological assessment before having the radiation, they said, well, they've disappeared.
These results were entirely anecdotal, but the bacterial treatment began to have surprising results elsewhere too.
I asked an Indian doctor who was doing leprosy work if he would look out for any other indications that it seemed to be helpful with.
The first one that he noticed, which was really quite important, was a patient with leprosy and psoriasis. Remarkably, the psoriasis got better. He was so pleased that when we were out there visiting India, he brought us a small goat to give us in exchange for the good that we'd done him.
Stanford's discovery is now being tested in clinical trials, and one of the most promising is for depression.
Drugs that are commonly used to treat depression have anti-inflammatory effects, and so one of the ways that they may be improving the health of depressed patients is by suppressing the inflammation, which is exactly what Mycobacterium vaccae does.
Inflammatory diseases are problems of the immune system. But how could something so complex be controlled by a bacterium from Africa?
Humans co-evolved with these bacteria throughout evolution, and so it's thought that until about the last 50 years or so, we would have consumed milligram quantities of these bacteria.
So the immune system began to rely on the presence of these things to turn on the police force, if you like, of the immune system.
Without microbes, like M. vaccae, the immune system becomes overactive and causes constant inflammation.
We spent all this time thinking about our immune system as this machine that repelled microbes, that just zapped them left and right, like one of those fly zappers. And it turns out that the immune system that we thought had evolved to kill microbes is actually controlled by microbes.
Our modern lives, however, are isolating us from the very thing we need to stay healthy.
Now, of course, we don't consume these bacteria because we have sterilized water and sterilized food. And it's thought that the lack of these bacteria is contributing to an increase in disease, specifically diseases that are related to inflammation.
The evidence now strongly suggests that the rise in these diseases is a result of our isolation from the microbes we've evolved with. Soon, we may be able to treat immune disorders by putting the bugs back into our bodies. But the potential of bacterial treatments goes even further. Australian scientists are now injecting bacteria into mosquitoes to prevent us from getting sick. Mozzies are annoying at the best of times. They've developed elaborate weapons to get the food they need to survive: our blood.
Mosquitoes need blood for protein to make eggs. So only the female mosquito feeds on blood. And without it, she really won't develop enough eggs to lay.
But these syringes don't only draw blood. They often inject us with potentially lethal parasites, causing serious infections, like dengue fever.
Dengue is actually caused by 4 quite different viruses, and each of them has quite a different effect in the host.
So you literally have to have four vaccines rolled into one.
But scientists at Monash University have discovered an elegant way to combat the disease. Instead of vaccinating humans, they are vaccinating the mosquitoes. These mosquito eggs are being injected with a powerful bacteria called Wolbachia. Professor Scott O'Neill has spent much of his career studying this intriguing bacteria.
I got introduced to it at a very early age, and it hooked me, and I've been studying it my whole life. And so one of the most amazing things about Wolbachia is just how common it is. If you were to look in a bushland environment like this and look at the insects within it, around 70% of those insects would all carry Wolbachia naturally. And when you think on the planet that there are 2 to 5 million different species of insect, that's a huge number that naturally carry Wolbachia.
Just as gut bacteria can be good for us, Wolbachia is beneficial to insects, protecting them against invading parasites.
By having Wolbachia within the body of the insect, it's acting like a probiotic for the insect, if you like. It's making the insect healthier and makes it able to fend off some of these other pathogens like dengue viruses.
But there's a catch. Mozzies that spread diseases like dengue don't have Wolbachia. So the challenge was to find a way to infect them.
In fact, we spent, years and years trying to do that experiment. Had many poor students who failed in that endeavour until finally we were able to succeed about 4 years ago.
These mosquitoes host Wolbachia. They are so precious that volunteers will gladly sacrifice their ankles to feed them.
We're rearing thousands, occasionally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes, and releasing them, not killing them.
There have been outbreaks of dengue in Australia's tropical north in recent years. So to test their theory, researchers have been releasing the vaccinated mosquitoes in cairns. Once released, Wolbachia spreads quickly. Every week they monitor how many of the wild mosquitoes now have the bacteria, and the results are paying off.
The releases that we did in 2011 are close to 100% infected with Wolbachia.
Wherever the mosquitoes have been released, dengue has been stopped in its tracks. Following the success in cairns, new trials have begun all over the world. But even superbacteria, like Wolbachia, have enemies. Like all living things, it's prey for the ultimate parasite, viruses. They are all around us, in the air, in the soil, in the oceans, and right now, 3 trillion are inside you.
Most of them are probably doing us no harm at all, but a few of them are deadly, cause deadly diseases.
From flu to AIDS to smallpox, viruses have killed untold millions of people. But some viruses, the retroviruses, have an even more extraordinary power. They have found a way into the very core of us, our DNA.
On occasion, the virus will infect cells of what we call the germline. Those are the cells that are destined to become eggs in females and sperm in males. And if they infect those cells and get into the chromosomes, then these retroviruses get a free ride to the next generation.
Robin Weiss was the first to prove that viruses not only cause disease, they can become genes.
It was a eureka moment to realize that something that we think of as an infectious agent, as a virus going from one person to another, can be part of the normal inheritance.
This was a mind-blowing discovery. By transforming into genes, retroviruses can replicate for millions of years. They are the ultimate survivors.
Their reason for living is to replicate themselves. So if you can embed yourself into another host that's going to replicate your genome for you, you've probably reached nirvana.
These viral invasions of DNA are rare events, occurring perhaps once in a million years. Yet amazingly, one is unfolding right now in front of our eyes. Veterinarian John Hanger noticed that something unusual was killing the Australian icon, the koala.
It seemed almost inevitable. If they rang me up and said, oh, we've got a sick koala, 9 times out of 10, it was a koala that was sick with leukemia or lymphoma. It was so common.
When he investigated, Hanger discovered a retrovirus in the cancerous tissues.
Every single koala that we looked at and every single tissue that we isolated some DNA from and tested, they were all positive for the retrovirus.
It's the first time we see it. On the other hand, it's an example of what we know has been happening during evolution in any case.
We are the survivors of viral invasions like the one that is waging war on koalas. Human DNA is littered with the fossil remains of these ancient battles.
It's amazing, really. About 8% of our DNA sequences in our human DNA is derived from retroviruses. We are chock-a-block with fossil retroviruses.
Until recently, these genes were considered insignificant, nothing more than junk. But we now understand that these genetic fossils have actually played a key role in evolution. In fact, without them, we couldn't be born. The same trick a virus uses to infect cells now allows a mother and fetus to fuse together through the placenta.
This makes a very good, efficient barrier between the mother and the fetus that is protective, but allows nutrients and oxygen to get across. Thanks to a protein that was once, millions of years ago, a protein used by the virus to infect cells.
We shouldn't think of them as a scary part of our machinery. They're an absolutely essential component of what we are.
An ancient retrovirus now intimately bonds with every person on Earth. And it's just one of the trillions of organisms that call us home. Microbes define our life and even our evolution.
Would your personality be different without all your microbes? I think probably. Would what you get from your food be different? Certainly. Would you differ in other ways we haven't yet thought about? Almost assuredly. And so our existence is part of this complexity of life.
We are not alone. From the moment we are born until we die, we live in a delicately balanced relationship with our private wildlife. We are more than human. Together, we have become superhuman.
Hidden in the mountains of northern Japan are temples containing some startling holy relics. These mummies were once Buddhist monks who died hundreds of years ago. But they are no ordinary mummies. These priests took themselves to the limits of human endurance. It was part of a religious process that has remained secret. But now, science is revealing the truth. These monks mummified themselves while they were still alive. Frantic modern-day Tokyo is the familiar face of 21st century Japan. But alongside this hectic home of technology and the microchip, there survives an ancient past. While the inhabitants of Tokyo keep religion modern and up to date, there are other places where they try to do just the opposite. Yamagata Province, 200 miles north of Tokyo, is one such place. Here, history seems to have stopped, and ancient beliefs have remained unchanged for centuries. Inside the Buddhist temples built in this inhospitable land is a bizarre mystery. This is Chirenji Temple. It was built 400 years ago, and Komei Sato is the current chief priest. He is the guardian of a unique and sacred relic.
This is the Buddhist mummy of Tetsumonkai. He has been here for over 170 years. Since he finished the process of mummifying himself, we believe that despite his physical condition, his soul is still present here, and that it is a powerful force for the local people.
Tetsumonkai's mummified body is extremely well preserved. Muscles and tendons can be seen on his face and hands. His body is still covered with mummified skin. According to folklore, as a young man, he was extremely handsome and very popular with the ladies.
When the former chief priest of this temple brought me here for the first time, I had a strange feeling. Sitting in front of Tetsumonkai, it didn't feel like I was watching a dead man. Instead, I felt that he was watching me.
Incredibly, Tetsumonkai isn't the only Buddhist to achieve this apparent immortality. "30 miles away from Chirenji, in the port of Sakata, is the only temple in Japan with 2 Buddhist mummies.
This mummy is called Chukai, and he became the first priest here 250 years ago when this temple was rebuilt. Originally, he was a samurai, but he became a priest and then finally a Buddhist mummy at the age of 58.
The second mummy at Kaikoji is named Enyokai, and he died in 1822.
Enyokai became the 9th priest of this temple. During his life, he was a farmer. I think he has a very warm and friendly face.
Only a few miles away is perhaps the best preserved Buddhist mummy of them all. This is Shinyokai, who died in 1783 at the age of 96. Every 12 years, he's removed from his glass case here at Dainichibo Temple and given a change of clothing. Threads from his old robes are then sold as lucky charms to protect his followers.
When we die, we lose our bodies and our souls go to the other world. But Shinyokai has kept his body and soul together, and by being here, he has protected many people. Even today, those who have been helped by him often come back here to express their gratitude.
According to the folklore, all of these priests underwent the same religious practices in their quest to become Buddhist mummies. Remarkably, it wasn't until the early 1960s that this amazing collection of preserved monks came to the attention of Japanese scientists. In 1961, Professor Akira Matsumoto, along with a group of researchers from the University of Tokyo, traveled to Yamagata to conduct a scientific investigation of the mummies.
Many people have been mummified in different places around the world, but I think the Japanese Buddhist mummies are very different. Back in the 1960s, no one in Japan was interested in studying mummies, so we were the first to investigate them scientifically. At the beginning, the priests in charge of the temples told us it is not possible to x-ray the Buddhist mummies. They are too precious and sacred. So worried about us touching the mummies, afraid that this might bring a curse down on the temple.
The scientists reassured the priests that they would work with the utmost care and respect, and so the investigation proceeded. Externally, they noted that some of the mummies had been varnished, but according to the temple records, this had only happened a few years previously, long after the mummification had taken place.
We took off their robes to study the bodies. Most of the mummies were collapsed over and broken. They were falling apart, so we tried to restore them to their original shape as much as we could.
As the scientists continued their examination, they discovered something very puzzling. It was clear that on most of the mummies, the internal organs had not been removed. This was surprising because almost all known mummification techniques begin with the removal of the body's organs. The goal of mummification is the preservation of a dead body against the natural forces of corruption and decomposition. This is no easy task. For the first few hours after death, a corpse remains apparently unchanged. But beneath this peaceful exterior, a riot is about to begin. Flies lay eggs in the soft, moist body tissues. Inside the corpse, The normally benign bacteria in our stomachs and intestines turn from devouring our food to devouring us. While the bacteria eat the corpse from the inside, swarms of newly hatched maggots make quick work of all the remaining flesh. Soon, the entire corpse is riddled with decay, and any chance of preserving the body is lost. The solution to this problem was worked out thousands of years ago by the most famous mummifiers of all, the Egyptians. They prevented decay using elaborate embalming techniques. First, they would remove all the internal organs, the brain, the liver, and the intestines, and then preserve the remaining tissues using a variety of resins, lime, and chemicals. Egyptian embalming methods were very scientifically advanced.
An Egyptian mummy was made by other people after the person had died. Somebody cut out the guts and the brains, but that didn't happen with the Buddhist mummies. They are different. They made a great effort to become mummies on their own.
Professor Matsumoto's investigations of the Buddhist mummies seem to confirm the local folklore. Somehow, these priests had managed to become mummified without going through the normal embalming process. But how exactly did they do it? How can you be embalmed alive? Important clues can be found from the legends surrounding the life of one of the mummies, this man, the monk Tetsu Monkai. Scientific investigations of the Buddhist mummies enshrined in temples in the north of Japan seem to confirm that the bodies were preserved without the help of traditional embalming techniques. How this happened is a mystery, but there are clues from the life of the most recent mummy, Tetsu Monkai, who died in 1829. Today, Tetsu Monkai is dressed in the richly colored robes of a high priest because by the end of his life, he had attained perfect spiritual enlightenment and thus had become the ultimate holy man, a Buddha. But he wasn't always so holy. In the temple, there are a series of paintings depicting the legends of Tetsu Monkai's life. The legends tell how, as a young man, Tetsu Monkai was a simple farm laborer. One day, he was in the fields when he was set upon by two drunken samurai. In feudal Japan, samurai were fearsome warriors who might kill a peasant as easily as look at him. The story says that armed only with his workman's scythe, Tetsu Monkai defended himself against the attack. Having killed his drunken assailants, Tetsu Monkai knew his life was in grave danger. Other samurai would surely seek to avenge their comrades' deaths, and so he fled into the nearby mountains. For many Japanese, these mountains are sacred territory. And it was here that Tetsu Monkai arrived at the gate of the Buddhist temple at Chirenji. Traditionally, Buddhists believe in a cycle of life, death, and reincarnation as the means to a higher spiritual level. This cycle may take thousands of lifetimes before a believer can reach enlightenment and so become a Buddha. But unknown to Tetsumunkai, the priests at Shirenji were different from normal Buddhists. They belonged to a sect of Buddhism known as Shingon.
New York City, a monument to human endeavor. But imagine, just imagine, this super city stripped.
So imagine what Manhattan would be like if you took away all the buildings, took away the streets, took away all the cars, and returned it back to what it once was.
Now, take a journey back into time, back into an unimaginable past.
This was a central area, we call it Dinosaur Turnpike, where dinosaurs could have walked from New Jersey to Africa.
A new world seen from a startling new perspective.
New York City was the birthplace of the Atlantic Ocean. It's where the continents began to rip apart.
The works of man exposed. We peel back the layers of time and discover lost treasures from a hidden past.
The first time when I lined this up, it was a huge aha moment. This is it. This is our piece of history.
We plunge underground to explore a secret world.
If either City Tunnel number 1 or City Tunnel number 2 was to collapse and fail, it would be a catastrophic event.
And the past collides into a future beyond prediction.
That world will look nothing at all like the planet we now inhabit. Nothing.
A super city. New York. We begin here at the site of New York's worst calamity, Ground Zero at the former World Trade Center. Geologist Charles Margarian is taking advantage of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to examine the renowned bedrock on which the city was built.
There we go. New York City as a center of commerce and culture, to me, is a derivative of the fact that New York City is situated at the convergence of many, many different geological belts. And these different geological belts, through time, have created this unusual topography that created this wonderful harbor environment and construction of enormous buildings and a spectacular infrastructure that could not have been done elsewhere.
There are only a few super cities on this planet. Cities that stand as marvels of engineering, infrastructure, and commerce. But every super city's success is grounded in its past, on and below the land where it grew. This land acts as a virtual portal into the past. For the story of this city began more than 1 billion years ago.
These rocks originally started out as a sediment on the deep ocean floor. And about 500 million years ago, North America was a large continent known as Laurentia, and it straddled the equator. What is now the eastern coast of North America was actually south of the equator. And what's happened over the last 500 million years is that North America has actually rotated counterclockwise and has drifted northward into its present position.
About 450 million years ago, a chain of volcanic islands collided with what is now North America.
During that event, edge of North America got tucked down underneath that volcanic arc in a huge subduction zone or trench, similar to the modern trenches that we have lining the Pacific today. And in that passage, sediments transformed into new minerals and align themselves into an orientation.
These transformed sediments, known as metamorphic rocks, are the raw materials in the Manhattan bedrock that runs like a spine down the length of the island.
This is a metamorphic rock known as a schist, and in many cases, this bedrock is close to the surface, and that really facilitates the growth of tall buildings because that bedrock can maintain load.
This bedrock would define Manhattan's geology, but the story of the creation of New York's terrain was far from over. 250 million years ago, Africa collided with North America, creating a new supercontinent known as Pangaea. In the midst of this geological drama, the first dinosaurs arrived on the scene.
When the dinosaurs first appeared on planet Earth, approximately 230 million years ago, New Jersey would have been deeply landlocked within the giant supercontinent of Pangaea. It would have been directly next to Morocco, and early dinosaurs could have walked from New Jersey to Africa.
Paleontologists like Bill Gallagher have found dinosaur footprints throughout the New York area, particularly in the red sandstone and lava flows just across the Hudson River in New Jersey.
This is a small early dinosaur footprint, shows a typical three-toed pattern, and eventually dinosaurs would grow into these much larger forms with these giant footprints, and these big footprints represent the flowering of dinosaurs into the largest land animals on Earth. This was a central area, we call it Dinosaur Turnpike, where dinosaurs probably migrated through. And since New Jersey was deep in the heart of this giant supercontinent, dinosaurs came through here on their way to other places.
One of the most prevalent creatures in the area was the hadrosaur, the so-called duck-billed dinosaur.
And back of me is the kind of dinosaur that roamed New Jersey's swamplands when New Jersey was a subtropical environment with abundant lush forests, which would have provided plenty of food for this kind of big plant eater. This animal grew up to 24 feet in length, weighing several tons, so it had to have lots of salad for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Things were fairly quiet for 50 million years, until the Earth reawoke and the continents began to split apart again.
Thermal activity starts pushing the edge of the continent upward. By then, the Appalachian Mountains were as grandiose as the Alps are today. Thousands and thousands of feet of elevation.
About 180 million years ago, the supercontinent Pangaea divided into two new continents, with Africa and South America separating from North America and Europe.
New York City was the birthplace of the Atlantic Ocean. It's where the continents began to rip apart about 180 million years ago. As the Earth warmed up and you pulled the continents apart, the deeper part of the Earth came up where it's hot. And as that heat comes up, you generate great big lava flows, the ones that covered all of New Jersey. These cliffs, which run along the edge of the Hudson River from about halfway down Manhattan, 20 miles north, are the edge of the lake that formed as Africa ripped away from North America. And they actually are the lava flows that came out into the bottom of the lake.
During this time, the New York region was a greenhouse environment, perfect for the dinosaurs that swarmed the area, until 65 million years ago.
But all of a sudden, an asteroid 6 miles wide smashed into the Earth at a speed of 35,000 miles per hour. This created a tremendous explosion, which wiped out the dinosaur population in North America, possibly in as short a time as 5 minutes. There is evidence in southern New Jersey in the form of an ejecta layer buried deep under the coastal plain sediments. And this particular ejecta layer of fallout from the impact has been found at over 100 different spots around the Earth.
The continents continued to drift and split apart until around 2 million years ago, what is now the New York area reached its present location. But nature continued to carve and fine-tune the land. Great glaciers pressed down from the Arctic regions across Canada, down through New York and Connecticut. 3 times, the ice sheets descended and retreated, carving out massive ravines and riverbeds. The ice scoured out a 300-foot canyon next to Manhattan that eventually became the Hudson River. As the ice sheets enveloped North America, they sucked up the ocean's water, dropping the sea level. This moved the shoreline about 120 miles east of present-day New York.
What you see in Central Park that reflects the passage of the ice is some scoured surfaces where you have striations, lines created by the rocks in the bottom of the glacier, polishing the rock itself and creating a rock surface with a nice sheen on it.
In Central Park, near the baseball fields, teeters a geological curiosity known as a glacial erratic. A boulder brought south by the advancing glaciers tens of thousands of years ago. And the park contains a dozen more of these errant rocks that have held their daring positions for the better part of 20,000 years. During this time, what is now Lower New York State was a prime destination for the immense animal migration that took place as the glaciers pushed Arctic mammals south. Fossil remains of woolly mammoth, long-haired Arctic ox, and white bears have all been found in the area. As the climate swung back toward warmer temperatures, other strange creatures came migrating up from the south, such as the giant ground sloth, a huge herbivore nearly as big as an elephant. But the animal that would make the greatest impact on the environment was a hairless primate that arrived on the scene between 15 and 20,000 years ago. This new species would transform the landscape in ways much more dramatic than nature ever had. When we think of New York City, we usually think of this one small island, Manhattan, that in reality is only one part of a much larger supercity. Today, encrusted with skyscrapers, it seems like an entirely artificial creation. But appearances can be deceiving.
Manhattan is one of the most transformed places on the planet. It's a place that's changed so much, it's hard to imagine it as a natural landscape. So imagine what Manhattan would be like if you took away all the buildings, took away the streets, took away all the cars, and returned it back to what it once was.
For the past 8 years, ecologist Eric Sanderson has been involved in a research program called the Manhattan Project, from the Native American name for the island.
Manhattan comes from the Native American word Mannahatta, which means island of many hills.
Sanderson and his colleagues hope to recreate what Manhattan looked like in its natural state before Europeans arrived 400 years ago.
So I was interested in going back to what Mannahatta was like, what the landscape was like before it had been so transformed, when it was a landscape of valleys and hills, of sparkling streams, of wetlands.
To accomplish this mission, Sanderson has employed 21st century technology and 18th century records. The Rosetta Stone of the Manhattan Project is a British military map dating back to the American Revolution, which is another portal to the past. It is extremely accurate because the British occupied New York for 8 years during the war. In order to defend their position, they needed to designate the location of every hill, stream, and valley on Manhattan. Fortunately for Sanderson, at the time the map was drawn, much of the island was still in its original state.
This is the British headquarters map from 1782. It shows all the original topography of Manhattan Island. The hills, the shoreline, the lakes, and the streams. This is the secret to unlocking the Manhattan Project.
Like forensic geographers, Sanderson and a team of researchers digitized the 18th century British map into a computer. He then laid the modern street grid on top of the British map. By using common locations and GPS readings, he was able to geo-reference Manhattan's original terrain with today's city grid.
Here we are in Times Square. Using a GPS just like this, I could come to anywhere in the city, stop, look up the coordinates, it's 40 degrees latitude, 73 degrees longitude, and reconstruct what the view was like 400 years ago.
What is now Times Square was surrounded by rolling hills and 3 streams which emptied out into a valley. But there was one thing still missing. The British map gave no real detail about the greenery and vegetation that was on the island. To add the correct landscape to his virtual model, Sanderson went to Inwood Park on the northern tip of the island, the only park in Manhattan that still retains the original trees, rocks, and foliage from pre-colonial times.
To reconstruct what Manhattan's ecology was like, we needed to know more than just the topography. We needed to know about the water, the soils, the rocks. And the rocks are important because they tell you how deep the soil is, and that tells you how much the plants can root in, how big the trees can be. Tulip trees, like these large trees that we saw all around me, are the kind of trees that were really characteristic of Manhattan. They can grow 80, 100 feet tall. They can live 300, 400 years.
Sanderson recorded digital images of the scenery. And once he added the correct foliage to his depiction of Times Square, he had a complete picture. Today, Times Square is an asphalt magnet for millions of tourists and residents who commute above and below its streets. But these streets are another portal that allows us to go back in time. Years ago, Times Square was a swamp, populated by red maple trees with a beaver pond in the middle. This animation, based partially on data collected by the Manhattan Project, allows us to virtually fly over the island, now stripped of the works of man.
From the bird's eye view, we'd see the rolling topography of Manhattan. These were low hills, 100 feet high, 200 feet high up in the northern part of the island, and then flatter plains covered with forests, like in Greenwich Village, coming down to sandy beaches along the Hudson River shore and wrapping all the way down to the Battery.
The venerable neighborhood of Murray Hill was once a lush area of rolling hills and streams. The Harlem River, which separates the island of Manhattan from the Bronx, was a pristine waterway, rich with fish and marine mammals. The Upper West Side, today home to some of the city's most renowned musicians, actors, and writers, was a verdant natural paradise. Now that Sanderson has remapped every square mile of Manhattan, he has a much different view of the island.
An amazing thing when you look at this map is how transformed the terrain is from what it was 200 years ago, 400 years ago, 2,000 years ago. All of these hills that you see here, except for a few features in Central Park and a bit up in the northern part of the island, have been flattened, filled in, and totally changed. People sometimes think New York doesn't have any topography because it's hard to see it when you're here. It's because the topography that was here has been muted. The valleys were filled, the hills were leveled. It's not totally flat, but it's not like the topography it was before.
Battery Park, the southern tip of Manhattan. In 2006, while monitoring construction of a subway tunnel, archaeologists discovered 4 sections of a rock wall about 10 feet underground. The wall appeared to be part of a fort. But how old was it, and who had built it? Since the days of New Amsterdam, the Dutch, British, and Americans all had occupied forts on the southern tip of the island.
There had been several walls or batteries that protected the fort in Lower Manhattan over the years. So we didn't know which section we had. Was it a Dutch section? Was it a British section? Was it an American section? So what we did was we went back through time, through history, looking at the historic maps with our modern day coordinates. It sounds like it would be maybe a simple task. We have coordinates, we know how these things are related to one another, we know what size they were. But historically, map making wasn't as precise as it is today. So it actually is a bit of an exercise in trying to find a best fit.
Finally, they found a match. A map drawn between 1766 and 1767, showing a seawall that had been built by the British.
The first time when I lined this up, it was a huge aha moment. This is it. This is our piece of history. So what we have here is our 4 sections of wall lined up, overlaid, showing us that, in fact, these were the sections of the wall that we had uncovered, and that they all were built during that British pre-Revolutionary War period of New York City. And to actually have physical evidence of this dating back to the 1700s is really incredible.
But the maps also provided another revelation.
One thing for sure is that our shoreline back in the 1760s was much further inland than it is now.
This wall is a time portal, for it connects us back to the past, when the dimensions of this super city were very different than they are now. When an explorer named Henry Hudson sailed into New York Harbor in 1609, he was looking for the Northwest Passage to China. But he accidentally discovered one of the biggest and best natural harbors on Earth.
If you look at the harbor today with its man-made coastlines and the air full of helicopters and planes and the harbor full of commercial shipping, it's very hard to imagine what was here 400 years ago. 400 years ago, this harbor was a natural wonder. It was full of whales spouting and seals and porpoises and sea drums and striped bass and sturgeon. Every European who wrote about sailing into New York Harbor commented on how as soon as you enter the harbor, you get this incredible sweet smell.
What's remarkable about this side of the Hudson River is it looks exactly the way it would have looked when Henry Hudson sailed up the river in the 1600s. You close your eyes, you can imagine you're just sailing up the river.
But before the Europeans arrived, there had been humans living in the area for thousands of years. The dominant Native American group in the area was the Lenni Lenape, a loose confederation of tribes that lived in what is now New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the Hudson River Valley and New York Harbor. Utilizing the many caves of what we now call Inwood as a home base, they traveled south throughout Manhattan to make use of its rich streams, inlets, and forests.
400 years ago, the most important place on Manhattan for people was actually right around here in Inwood Park. There was continuous fresh running water, the cold springs. There was good protection because of the topography, protecting them from the winter winds. And it was close to the whole Hudson River Valley, so they could communicate with other people and other cultures that way.
Though the native people are gone, the diagonal path they created running down Manhattan's length still remains. These days, it's called Broadway. From the earliest days, one of the staples of Manhattan was a humble shellfish. It is safe to say that New York owed its survival to the oyster.
The waterways were full of oysters. They were all around Staten Island, all around the Brooklyn and Queens coast. These two islands out here, which are now known as Liberty Island and Ellis Island, were called Great and Small Oyster Island because they had tremendous oyster beds around them.
New York City began as New Amsterdam, a Dutch trading post. But it quickly became one of the New World's busiest ports.
The Dutch were a very commercial maritime people, and they knew a good port when they saw one. And they immediately recognized that New York Harbor, with all of its coastlines and waterways, was just an ideal harbor.
The only way to move things around in 1700 was by water, was by ship. And an island in the middle of a great harbor was like the equivalent of having prime interstate access.
As the city grew, the combination of a deep natural harbor with a river feeding inland made Manhattan a perfect location for the colonial merchants.
In 1766, we would have found a deep natural channel sitting right up next to Lower Manhattan, making it the perfect port, making it where you could sail from Europe and tie your ships up without having to anchor out. You can see that the orientation of the streets as we know them today in Lower Manhattan was all driven by the water, where the deep channel was.
The Battery Park Wall, discovered in 2006, was built on what was once the coast of the island. Soon the city grew outward, a metropolis that owed its very existence to garbage. In the beginning, landfill was used to construct shipping docks, but as real estate filled up, more land was created to provide new building space. The first type of landfill was garbage. The locals would bring their weekly offering down to the docks and dump it behind retaining walls, cribbing structures, and even ships, which were eventually filled in.
It was not just dirt. Landfill back then was whatever junk or garbage anybody could throw in. So they would put out a call to the community to get rid of your trash, and you can actually see changes in the types of debris that you find in the fill.
Miles of landfill have been added to the Manhattan coast since the Dutch founded the city in 1625.
Just to orient yourself, here's Liberty Island and Ellis Island, Liberty Island and Ellis Island, and here's Lower Manhattan. And the first thing that strikes you is you can see how much smaller Lower Manhattan was in 1766 than it is today.
Because of landfill, the Hudson River's path today is much narrower, which has had a dramatic effect on the river's current.
Even though the water pretty much looks the same as it did hundreds of years ago, what's happened is the morphology and the shape of the river has changed dramatically.
Geophysicist Robin Bell and a team of scientists have spent 2 years mapping the river from the Verrazano Narrows, 150 miles north to the Troy Dam. Their sonar map revealed that the expanding coastlines of Manhattan and New Jersey have radically changed the navigable channels of the river.
Since about 1920, as development has crept in from both sides, the river has gotten deeper, and as the currents have gotten faster, tons and tons of mud and sediment have been removed from the bottom of the river and exported out to the ocean.
The narrower channel has increased the speed and force of the current, scouring the bottom of the river. Eventually, this scouring effect may remove enough sediment to expose both the Lincoln and Holland tunnels, putting them at risk of flooding or collapse. In recent years, steps have been taken to alleviate the erosion effects of the stronger river currents. But the health of the Hudson and New York City still hangs in the balance.
Today in the river, we have very much controlled the processes, but it will continue to be a dance between the natural processes and the human processes.
In the 400 years since the Dutch established the colony of New Amsterdam, the natural terrain of Manhattan has been flattened and expanded. But in the early 1800s, the very face of the city was set in stone. These two men are on a treasure hunt.
Okay. We're still online. Okay, try coming back this way, because we're about
think it's going to be right about here?
They are searching for a small iron marker. Tangible evidence of one of the most important developments in the history of New York City, the design of the city's street grid plan.
So that tree right there is that big one right over there. I think that's right.
For several years, they have combed Central Park for one of the elusive markers.
We've looked at so many locations and they've been empty. Either we can't find them or there's nothing there, the rock's been destroyed. But we have a few more left, and we have a few places that are covered in dirt. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Maybe there's still something out there. It might be under a little bit of grass, it might be buried. There we're going to use the magnetic locator and just wave that around, and it'll make some noise when we find something with iron. Head over this direction.
All right. All right.
As soon as I get in a clearing, I can get a reading.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see what we got here.
Right over here. All right, we're still online. Go.
What is this?
Look at that. Holy
smoke,
smokes.
we got a bolt.
With the bolt.
Their discovery is more than just a historical artifact.
Like he called for.
For this small iron bolt is also a portal to the past. New York, 1805. The city was running out of room. Most of the city's 100,000 residents were crowded into the lower part of Manhattan. The rest of the island was farmland, dotted with a few structures. In 1807, Mayor DeWitt Clinton proposed a plan to turn Manhattan's farmlands into a metropolis. The natural hills and valleys of the island would be leveled. The green paradise stripped of most of its natural features. An island turned into a single, massive rectilinear layout. This design would come to be known as the grid, and it would set the groundwork for the development